For decades, one building inside Auschwitz was whispered about more than any other. A place so silent, so hidden, that even prisoners feared saying its name aloud. Block 11, the death block, where footsteps vanished, voices faded, and history left its deepest scars. But what really happened behind those walls? Tonight, we open the doors that the world was never meant to see and follow the stories of those who endured the darkest place in the camp. Before we begin, where in the world are you watching from tonight? Let me know your city or country below. I read every comment, and it truly brings this community together. And if you enjoy these calm, detailed journeys through history, feel free to tap subscribe and leave a gentle like. Your support keeps these stories alive. Chapter 1. A Courtyard of Silence. The origins of Block 11's darkness. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world seems to hover between waking and dreaming, the story of Block 11 begins not with shouting guards or echoing footsteps, but with a silence so heavy that it still feels present, even decades later. Auschwitz did not start as the immense, sprawling machinery of destruction that history eventually came to know. It was, at its earliest conception, something smaller, rougher, strangely uncertain, and yet already carrying the seeds of something terrible. Among the first buildings erected and repurposed in this evolving landscape stood Block 11, a structure that would become known as the Death Block, a place where even the air seemed to hesitate, as though aware of what would unfold within its walls. Block 11 began its life in the spring of 1940, when the area was still transitioning from a former Polish military barracks into a system of incarceration under the German occupation. At this early stage, the camp itself did not yet resemble the infamous Auschwitz most people imagine. Instead, it was a modest cluster of brick buildings arranged around an open square. The walls were sturdy, the floors were cold, and the atmosphere was marked by the hurried, improvised nature of a facility being shaped into something much more controlled and much more sinister. The camp was initially intended to house political prisoners, especially members of the Polish resistance, intellectuals, teachers, clergy, and anyone who posed even a theoretical challenge to Nazi authority. It was in this environment that Block 11 found its first purpose. The decision to designate Block 11 as a penal block was deliberate. While other barracks took on the role of sleeping quarters or administrative centers, Block 11 was marked early as a place where silence would be enforced, discipline would be sharpened into something weapon-like, and punishment would be refined into a kind of grim art. The building stood at the heart of the camp's central square, and yet, in a tragic paradox, it became the least visible place because no prisoner wished to draw attention to it. Even a glance toward its windows could invite suspicion. Over time, this avoidance grew into a kind of instinct. Those who lived within Auschwitz learned quickly that the shadow of Block 11 was a shadow to be respected and feared. It is important to understand that in those early days, Auschwitz was not yet the mechanized horror it would later become. It was a place shifting in form, reacting to the war's demands, adjusting to the expanding ideologies of control and extermination. In this shifting landscape, Block 11 acted as a testing ground. The interrogations, the punishments, the ways of breaking prisoners psychologically, all of these methods evolved within its thick brick walls. It was here that experiments in cruelty took shape before spreading outward into the wider camp. The building was small in size, but disproportionately large in influence, becoming a dark template for practices that would eventually spread throughout the entire complex. During the first months of operation, prisoners began to sense that the block had an aura that separated it from every other structure around it. The guards treated it with a formality that was almost ceremonial. Prisoners were marched there with heads down, hands trembling, steps uneven. And those who entered did not always return. The rest of the camp learned this pattern early, and rumors began to swirl. Not wild, imaginative rumors, but ones shaped by whispered observations, distant screams, and the haunting absence of familiar faces. Block 11 became a place where time moved differently. Those inside felt minutes stretch in unbearable ways, while those outside sensed days collapse into a single gnawing anxiety. Part of what gave Block 11 its profound psychological impact was its architecture. The building's thick walls muffled sound, creating an eerie quiet that allowed imagination to fill in the gaps. The windows were few and reinforced, offering almost no view of the outside world. Within its corridors, the air was still and heavy, as though it carried the weight of all the secrets held there. This oppressive quiet wasn't accidental. Silence became a tool, a way of amplifying fear, a way of making prisoners feel isolated even when hundreds of others were nearby. And yet, paradoxically, the silence around Block 11 was never complete. From time to time, sharp noises broke through: footsteps, doors slamming, the distant murmur of orders, and these sounds, rather than reassuring, seemed to intensify the sense of dread because they hinted at events but withheld clarity. Block 11's Courtyard, later infamous for its black wall, also played a significant role in shaping its reputation from the start. Even before executions formally began there, the space carried a visual starkness that unsettled prisoners. The narrow rectangular area was enclosed by tall brick walls, giving it the feeling of a trap. The ground was hard and bare. The light, depending on the time of day, entered the courtyard in thin, unwelcoming angles. When prisoners were brought there in the early months, they could feel the oppressive geometry of the place pressing inward, as though the structure itself was watching. Meanwhile, within the camp administration, Block 11's purpose continued to evolve. It became the site where new policies were tested, where officers attempted to enforce stricter discipline, and where punishment was refined into a systematic practice. This made Block 11 not just a location, but a symbol, a physical representation of the camp's shift from a prison into something far more brutal and meticulously engineered. Every harsh order, every new rule, every tightening of control seemed to echo back to the experiments carried out within its walls. What makes the early history of Block 11 particularly haunting is the contrast between what it was originally built for and what it became. Its brickwork, its corridors, its cells. These were all constructed with ordinary materials and simple design. Nothing about its physical form suggested the enormity of what would eventually take place there. Its terror was not inherent, it was imposed. And that imposition reveals a chilling truth. Structures gain meaning through human intent, and in Block 11, that intent was sharpened into extraordinary cruelty. Even in the earliest days, prisoners sensed that the block held a history that was forming rapidly, layer by layer, through countless small moments of fear, silence, and dread. Every prisoner who passed through added another thread to a tapestry of suffering that would become one of the darkest aspects of the entire Auschwitz complex. And yet, the story of Block 11 is not just one of punishment. It is also a story of resilience, memory, and the quiet, unspoken bonds formed between people facing unthinkable circumstances. This is where the origins of Block 11's darkness rest, in the convergence of architecture, ideology, and human fear, all taking shape in the early days of Auschwitz's transformation. It was not yet a fully formed engine of destruction, but Block 11 was already becoming its silent heart, setting the patterns that would soon expand far beyond its walls. As the months passed in 1940 and the camp began to take a more rigid shape, life around Block 11 developed a rhythm of tension that never eased. Prisoners learned to recognize the small signals that suggested something was unfolding inside the building. An unexpected gathering of guards, an unusual stillness, the shifting of boots against gravel as men positioned themselves near the entrance. These small details became alarming patterns, and people learned to read them like omens. Even those who tried to avoid looking at the building felt its presence humming in their minds, as though its dark reputation seeped through the very air of the camp. The administrative mindset behind Block 11 became clearer during this time. The SS leadership wanted a space where complete control could be exercised without interference, without visibility, and without the complications that came from allowing prisoners the slightest sense of stability. This desire for absolute authority shaped every decision made within the block, from the way its cells were arranged to the procedures used during interrogations. Block 11 wasn't merely a building. It was an experiment in domination. It was a place where officers tested how far they could push the boundaries of fear, how deeply they could break the human spirit before physical violence even began. Much of this atmosphere came from the block's design, which was both simple and profoundly effective at amplifying unease. The narrow corridors, the uneven stone floors, the dim lighting. Each element contributed to a sense of disconnection from the outside world. Stepping inside Block 11 felt like stepping into a colder, smaller universe where hope became difficult to grasp. Those who entered often described feeling as though the walls closed in around them, as if the space itself shrank to match the severity of their situation. Even guards, who moved through the building with authority, sometimes felt a pressure in the air that distinguished Block 11 from every other block in the complex that night. When most of the camp attempted to rest, Block 11 did not follow the same cycle. Its activity was unpredictable. Sometimes it was silent for hours. Other times the sound of doors, muffled voices, or hurried footsteps broke through the quiet. Prisoners lying in their bunks in nearby blocks could sense that something was happening, though they rarely knew what. And in the absence of information, imaginations filled in the gaps, weaving stories that were often as frightening as the truth. The mystery surrounding Block 11 only magnified its power, turning it into a symbol of everything prisoners feared yet could not fully understand. Another early pattern involved the selection of prisoners brought to Block 11. Many were political prisoners, members of underground resistance movements, or people accused of defiance, even in harmless forms. Others were simply victims of suspicion, men and women whose names were mentioned in passing during an interrogation, or who had been near a forbidden conversation, or who had looked at an officer for a second too long. The randomness of these selections created a climate of unpredictable terror. No one could predict who would be taken next, and that unpredictability was one of Block 11's most powerful psychological weapons. Inside the block, the days were long and blurred together. Prisoners spent hours sitting on cold benches, standing against walls, or waiting in dim cells for interrogations that could come at any moment. The uncertainty was almost as punishing as the interrogations themselves. Some prisoners reported that the silence and waiting were the most unbearable parts, because the mind tends to imagine every possible horror when it is deprived of information. Block 11 was designed to take advantage of this. Its procedures, its pacing, its isolation all worked together to create a mental pressure that built steadily hour after hour. There were moments of sound that pierced the quiet, and these moments quickly became legendary throughout the camp. The thud of boots as guards moved from cell to cell, the metallic click of a key turning in a lock, the abrupt slam of a door closing behind someone. These small noises carried enormous weight. The entire building seemed to react to them, as though each sound echoed with the knowledge of what was to follow. Prisoners would freeze at the faintest noise, uncertain whether it signaled the beginning of an interrogation, a punishment, or a disappearance. Even before the block became known for its standing cells and starvation cells, features that would define its later history. Its earliest months set the stage for what it would become. The officers who worked within Block 11 were among the most strict and unforgiving in the camp. Their demeanor was characterized by a calculated coldness, a deliberate emotional distance. They did not shout unless necessary. Instead, they issued orders with a quiet authority that made opposition seem impossible. This calmness, this lack of outward rage, made their actions feel even more chilling. It suggested a level of commitment to discipline that went beyond duty and verged into ideology. Outside the building, the prisoners in the wider camp began to whisper about Block 11 in hushed tones. It quickly developed an identity separate from the rest of Auschwitz. It was not just a place of punishment. It was the core of the camp's internal machinery of control. The block represented the inner workings of the Nazi system, its obsession with order, its reliance on fear, its willingness to use psychological pressure as ruthlessly as physical violence. Prisoners began to refer to it in ways that reinforced its reputation. Some called it the silent block. Others whispered its nickname, the death block, long before large-scale executions began there. Even the guards outside the block treated it differently. Their posture near its entrance was more rigid, their movements more precise. They watched the area with heightened attention, as though aware that even a small breach in control could unravel the delicate web of power woven around the block. This intense focus created an atmosphere where every gesture, every glance, every footstep felt surveilled. And because Block 11 sat near the camp's central square, its presence affected the rhythm of daily routines for countless prisoners who walked past, always with lowered eyes to eye in these early months. Block 11 also became the administrative testing site for punitive rules applied to specific prisoner groups. Different categories of prisoners, political detainees, Jews, Soviet POWs, clergy, intellectuals, were monitored to see how they responded to various forms of pressure. The block essentially became a laboratory for oppression, where methods were refined and later distributed across the camp. This administrative experimentation contributed to the building's growing aura of dread. Prisoners sensed that something was being shaped within its walls, something that would eventually reach them no matter how careful they were. This is why the origins of Block 11 are so crucial in understanding its later horrors. Before the cells were used as torture devices, before the courtyard became a place of execution, before the standing cells became infamous, Block 11 had already established itself as the psychological core of Auschwitz. It was here that the earliest patterns of fear were formed, patterns that eventually spread throughout the camp like the branches of a dark and unavoidable tree. The silence that hung around Block 11 was not merely the absence of sound. It was a presence in itself, a heavy, watchful thing that transformed the block into something more than a building. Chapter 2: Blueprint of Despair. How Block 11 was designed for punishment. Block 11's story deepens when we begin to look closely at the intentions that shaped its physical design, because its architecture was more than brick and concrete. It was a structure crafted to influence behavior, to manipulate fear, and to tighten the psychological grip of the camp's authority. In the early stages of Auschwitz's development, when builders and camp planners discussed how to repurpose the old Polish barracks, Block 11 was designated not with randomness, but with quiet, deliberate planning. Long before the block became known for the horrors it would one day contain, The idea of it being a discipline and punishment center was already forming, layer by layer, through architectural decisions that would ultimately define its identity. Walking toward Block 11 in those early days meant approaching a building that looked similar to the others, same red brick, same narrow windows, and yet felt inherently different. The front facade was stern, almost expressionless, offering no hint of what lay inside. Its entrance was small and unadorned, forcing anyone who passed through it to lower their head as they approached, unintentionally reinforcing the submission built into the camp system. Even the pathway leading toward the entrance was tightly controlled, lined with watch points where guards could observe every movement. Nothing about the building welcomed you. Its entire structure pushed the body toward stillness, toward silence, toward obedience. Inside, the design reflected a careful balance between order and intimidation. The main corridor stretched in a straight, narrow line, creating the sensation of an endless passageway even though the building itself was not particularly large. The floors were made of rough stone that created small echoes under every step, soft, muted echoes that felt heavier than they should have. The walls were thick, which muffled sound almost completely. This silence was not an accident. It was one of the building's most powerful features. A prisoner walking through Block 11 could hear their own breathing more than anything else, and that heightened awareness of self was unsettling, making every moment feel amplified, stretched, and suffocating. The corridor was lined with cell doors, simple wooden doors reinforced with metal, each fitted with a small sliding hatch. These hatches allowed guards to observe prisoners without any warning and without opening the door. The presence of the hatch symbolized something deeper than surveillance. It symbolized unpredictability. A prisoner never knew when a pair of eyes might suddenly appear on the other side, watching, evaluating, deciding. This constant potential for observation was part of the block's psychological machinery, maintaining a sense of vulnerability even when nothing physically happened. The cells themselves were intentionally small, built to restrict movement and confine thought. Early layouts show that the average cell measured only a few feet across, enough for prisoners to sit, but not comfortably stretch. The ceilings were low, pressing downward in a way that made the room feel like it was always leaning in, always shrinking. Light entered the cells sparsely, often through small windows placed high above eye level, reinforcing the prisoner's inability to connect with the world outside. This high placement was no accident. It was engineered to prevent escape attempts, but it also removed the psychological comfort that even a distant landscape or a patch of sky might provide. Ventilation was minimal. The air in Block 11 always carried a stale quality, a heaviness that clung to the walls and settled into the lungs. This stifling air was not simply the result of poor design. It became part of the block's oppressive environment. Breathing felt like a chore, especially when many prisoners were crowded into these small spaces, amplifying the sensation of being trapped. The building's windows were fitted with reinforced bars and often additional covers, so that even if the outside world was only inches away, it felt unreachable. Prisoners described the sensation of being close to life but unable to touch it, as though the world beyond the windows belonged to an entirely different existence. The design of the stairwells further contributed to the block's psychological impact. The narrow, steep steps forced prisoners to move carefully, with their heads bowed to maintain balance. This involuntary posture mirrored submission, creating a physical reinforcement of the power structure within the block. Guards, on the other hand, could ascend and descend confidently, their boots striking the floors with a rhythm that echoed through the corridors. The sound of a guard's footsteps became a kind of moving announcement. an auditory reminder of authority that prisoners could never ignore. One of the most interesting aspects of Block 11's design was the deliberate placement of the building within Auschwitz. It sat between the administrative center and the rest of the camp, forming a kind of dark spine along the central courtyard. This location allowed the block to function with efficiency. Prisoners could be escorted there quickly from any part of the main camp. Guards could observe movement from multiple angles, and administrative officers could easily oversee operations. It also meant that Block 11 was always visible, always looming in the periphery of prisoners' daily routines. Whether they were heading to roll call, to forced labor, or to meals, Block 11 remained in sight, a constant visual warning of what awaited anyone who broke the rules or became the target of suspicion. The courtyard behind Block 11, which would later become the site of the infamous Black Wall, had its own architectural significance. The space was small and boxed in, bordered by tall structures that isolated it from the rest of the camp. The layout created a natural echo chamber, capturing sound and amplifying it in strange, unpredictable ways. Prisoners passing nearby could sometimes hear faint noises from this courtyard, though they were rarely able to identify exactly what they were hearing. This uncertainty added to the building's mystique and dread. Even when no punishments were happening, the courtyard carried the memory of the ones that had, and that memory shaped the atmosphere like an invisible shadow. The administrative rooms in Block 11 were designed with stark functionality. They were simple, organized, efficient, filled with papers, logs, and tools. But their simplicity was deceptive. These rooms were the nerve centers of the block, where decisions were made about which prisoners would be interrogated, who would be punished, and how discipline would be enforced. Maps of the camp hung on the walls, alongside lists of prisoner numbers. Everything was reduced to systems, figures, and procedures. Humanity was stripped away at the administrative level long before the punishments were carried out in the cells downstairs. And then there were the basement levels, dark, cold, and intentionally oppressive. The lower floors were built in a way that made them feel separate from the world above, as though one were descending not just into a physical space, but into a different realm entirely. The basement corridors absorbed sound even more completely, and the air carried a chill that seeped through clothing and settled into the bones. It was in these lower levels that the most severe forms of punishment were carried out, and the architecture seemed designed specifically to enhance the sensory deprivation prisoners experienced there. Every inch of Block 11's design represented a carefully honed tool of psychological control. It was a structure where punishment was not only enacted but embodied. The architecture itself participated in the process, shaping the emotions, perceptions, and fears of anyone who entered. The basement of Block 11 represented the most chilling evolution of its architectural purpose, for it was here that the building's design transcended mere confinement and entered the realm of intentional psychological destruction. Descending the narrow steps into the lower level felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Prisoners described the sensation of stepping into a space where air felt heavier, where sound died before it could bounce from wall to wall, and where light barely clung to the surfaces around them. The basement was not only a physical lowering, it was a psychological descent, one that mirrored the deeper layers of cruelty designed into the block structure. As a prisoner walked downward, the temperature dropped quickly. The coldness of the basement was not simply due to environmental conditions. The space was constructed with thick concrete walls that absorbed and held the chill long after summer days warmed the ground above. This coldness was an intentional feature. It made the basement inhospitable, even hostile. Spending hours or days in such temperatures weakened the body, slowed movement, and intensified discomfort. For prisoners whose strength was already diminished by hunger, exhaustion, and fear, the cold alone became a quiet form of torture. Once inside the basement corridor, the design became even more unforgiving. The hallway was narrow and dim, illuminated only by a few weak bulbs spaced far apart. Their dim light created long shadows across the floor, shadows that shifted eerily when anyone passed through them. The doors to the basement cells were heavier than those upstairs, built with additional reinforcement to prevent escape attempts. Each door had the same sliding hatch as the upper cells, but here the hatch seemed to serve a more sinister purpose. It was used not only for observation but also to monitor whether prisoners in the standing and starvation cells were still alive. The air in the basement was stale and thick. Ventilation was limited by design, resulting in an environment where each breath felt labored. When multiple prisoners were confined in the basement at once, the air often grew humid and sour, yet still icy in its touch. This discomfort, though subtle compared to the physical punishments inflicted elsewhere, compounded the psychological pressure. The human body instinctively searches for fresh air, warmth, and open space, but Block 11's basement denied all three. It created a sensory vacuum, leaving prisoners with only the oppressive walls, the echo of distant footsteps, and their own thoughts. One of the architectural features that amplified this psychological strain was the layout of the corridor. It was straight, with no curves or diversions, and it created a visual tunnel that drew the eye toward the far end of the hallway. From the entrance, prisoners could see the last door, and from the last door, they could see the entrance. This unbroken line of sight made the space feel like a trap, as if there were no way out except through the direction from which they had just been dragged. The symmetry was oppressive. It created a sense that the entire basement had been engineered to focus attention inward, forcing prisoners to confront the inevitability of their situation. Another significant aspect was the placement of the punishment cells in the basement's corners. These cells were the most infamous, the standing cells, where prisoners were forced to remain upright for entire nights, and the starvation cells, where food was withheld as part of a slow, deliberate punishment. These cells were smaller than any others in the block, but their placement added an additional layer of dread. Located in the darkest, least ventilated corners of the basement, they felt intentionally removed from human connection. The architecture made it clear that these spaces were designed not simply to punish, but to isolate prisoners so completely that even the faint sense of presence or shared suffering with others would be denied. The walls of these cells were constructed with reinforced materials that muffled nearly all sound. Prisoners inside often heard nothing except their own heartbeat or breathing, and the occasional distant sound of a guard walking along the corridor. This near-complete sensory deprivation made time difficult to track. Minutes stretched into hours, hours into days. Many prisoners later described the sensation of losing their connection to time entirely, an effect the architecture enhanced. Without natural light, without sound, without stimulation, the mind drifted into a hazy realm where thoughts seemed to dissolve. Even for those held in punishment cells for only a night, the experience often marked them permanently. Above the basement, the main floors of Block 11 were designed with similar psychological principles, though in more subtle forms. The long corridors, the narrow windows, and the rigid geometry of the building all contributed to the controlled environment. But the basement intensified everything. It tightened the psychological grip of the block. While the upper levels focused on confinement and discipline, the basement focused on breaking the spirit. The way guards moved through these spaces only amplified this effect. Their footsteps echoed differently in the basement, slower and heavier. The sound traveled along the corridor in a way that made it difficult to tell how far away they were. A guard could be steps away or many meters down the hall, but the acoustics made it impossible to know for sure. This unpredictability increased tension. Prisoners waiting in cells felt constantly alert, their bodies tense, unsure when the door might open. And guards used these acoustics to their advantage, sometimes walking slowly to create suspense, sometimes moving silently until they reached a cell door. Even the smell of the basement became part of its haunting design. The dampness of the walls, the cold air, the faint traces of earth beneath the concrete, all combined to create an odor that many survivors never forgot. It clung to clothing, to hair, to the skin itself. For some, it became tied to the memory of fear, a sensory reminder of the helplessness they felt while confined there. The environment left impressions that lasted far beyond physical wounds. Meanwhile, above ground, Block 11's architecture served a broader purpose within the camp's design. Its location at the center of Auschwitz meant that it cast a psychological shadow across the entire complex. Prisoners walking past it on their way to forced labor could not avoid seeing the stern facade, the guarded entrance, the watchful windows. They learned to avert their eyes, but even without looking directly at it, they felt its presence. The building seemed to radiate a quiet warning. This is the consequence of disobedience. This is what happens when rules are broken. This is the heart of punishment in Auschwitz. Because of its central position, Block 11 also stood at the crossroads of movement. Prisoners from different blocks witnessed others being led inside. This visual exposure was intentional. It reinforced the idea that Block 11 was unavoidable. It was always watching, always active, always waiting for the next prisoner to be taken inside. The architecture thus extended its influence far beyond its walls. It shaped behavior throughout the camp. Even those who never stepped inside felt its psychological weight. When examining Block 11 as a blueprint of despair, it becomes clear that the building's design did more than house punishments. It created an environment where control was embedded into every brick. The structure shaped emotions as effectively as orders did. It amplified fear, suppressed hope, and interrupted the human instinct to resist. The architecture itself became a tool of cruelty, designed not merely to confine, but to transform the space into an extension of authority. Chapter 3. The First Prisoners. What the walls witnessed in the beginning. When the first prisoners were brought into Auschwitz in 1940, Block 11 was still in the early stages of becoming what history would later remember it as. Yet even then, the building seemed to absorb every footstep, every trembling breath, every whispered question. Those early prisoners carried with them a mixture of exhaustion, confusion, and a thin, fragile hope that they might somehow survive the uncertainty ahead. But Block 11, even before its darkest punishments had fully formed, quickly took that hope and reshaped it into something colder, something defined by the bone-deep realization that their lives were entering a realm they had never imagined. These first prisoners were largely Poles, political detainees, resistance members, professors, students, priests, postal workers, railway employees, civil servants. Ordinary people from every corner of society who had been captured not because of armed rebellion, but often because of suspicion, connection, or chance. Many had been dragged from their homes in the early dawn hours, and the shock of sudden arrest had not yet settled into them when they first glimpsed Block 11's rigid brick walls. Their first impressions of the building were shaped by the silence surrounding it. Unlike the other barracks, where the rustle of clothes, the murmurs of conversation, and the clatter of mess tins formed a low background noise, Block 11 felt strangely disconnected. Its courtyard rarely echoed with movement. Its windows revealed nothing. To these early prisoners, who were still trying to understand the rhythms of the camp, the building seemed like a sealed chamber, calm on the outside, terrifyingly unknowable on the inside. When the earliest groups were summoned into Block 11 for questioning or confinement, they described a sensation of being transported into another world. The guards marched them through the entrance with deliberate ceremony, as though each step carried symbolic meaning. The prisoners felt this symbolism deeply. Many of them later recalled that passing through the doorway felt like crossing a boundary between ordinary suffering and something far heavier, something with a permanence they had not yet grasped. Inside, the first prisoners were met with the dim corridor whose quietness felt unnatural. They had already experienced fear, but here that fear condensed into an acute awareness of their vulnerability. The guards moved with calm precision, and this calmness was more unsettling than any shouting. It suggested control, complete, unbroken control, and it made the prisoners understand that Block 11 was a place where resistance was not only impossible, but unimaginable. The earliest interrogations were not always violent in the physical sense. Instead, they were built on psychological disruption. Prisoners were forced to wait for hours on end, sitting or standing in uncomfortable positions, unsure when someone would enter the room. The unpredictability of the waiting broke down the sense of time. These early prisoners did not yet have the hardened endurance that future prisoners developed out of necessity. They were still clinging to fragments of their former lives, their families, their work, their sense of identity. Block 11's methods chipped away at that identity piece by piece by manipulating silence, uncertainty, and exhaustion. Some prisoners were kept in the upstairs cells, where a narrow sliver of light entered through barred windows, reminding them painfully of the world beyond. Others were taken downstairs, into the basement, where darkness felt complete and the cold pressed against their skin like a warning. Those brought into the basement during these early months often did not understand why they had been taken there. In many cases, neither evidence nor clear charges existed. Suspicion alone was enough. These first prisoners were also the ones who unknowingly shaped the evolving procedures of Block 11. Their reactions, their breaking points, their resilience, all were observed by the officers who were refining the block's disciplinary methods. The SS watched how certain conditions affected behavior, how long prisoners lasted in isolation, how silence wore down nerves. These observations were not written in official documents, but they were spoken quietly between officers, forming the foundations of the block's later systems of punishment. One of the earliest patterns to emerge was how quickly prisoners learned not to ask questions. The silence inside Block 11 seemed to demand obedience. Guards discouraged speech with simple gestures, raised hands, stern looks, the stiff posture of authority. In time, prisoners learned that silence was safer, even when silence felt unbearable. For many, the most frightening part of their first days inside Block 11 was the absence of explanation. They did not know how long they would be there, what would happen to them, or whether they would be taken back to their barracks. This not knowing became a crucial part of the building's power. As the first prisoners moved through the block, they left their presence imprinted on the walls in subtle ways. Small scratches, initials carved faintly into the brick, marks made by pacing footsteps. These early signs of human struggle were the quiet beginnings of what Block 11 would later become known for. But these traces were not deliberate acts of rebellion. They were more like instinctive attempts to cling to existence, to leave proof that they had once been there. In the courtyard behind the block, the first prisoners were sometimes gathered for roll calls or disciplinary assemblies. The space felt unusually contained, its high walls forming a narrow canyon of brick. Even before the Black Wall was constructed, the prisoners sensed that this courtyard held a particular purpose. There was something about its geometry, its confinement, that made them uneasy. They stood there in tense silence, feeling the oppressive weight of the surrounding structures pressing inward, as though the very walls were aware of their suffering. What made the early experiences of these prisoners especially haunting was that they did not yet understand the larger system they had become a part of. They knew nothing of the future expansions of the camp, nothing of the gas chambers that would later define Auschwitz's legacy. Their fears were immediate and personal, the fear of being beaten, starved, isolated, or killed. They were living through the first draft of a nightmare whose full shape was not yet visible. During these initial months, Block 11 was a place of experimentation, but to the prisoners themselves it felt like a place of endings. For many, entering the block marked a significant turning point, the moment when hope shifted from something fragile to something nearly extinguished. And yet, within that same darkness, some prisoners found tiny moments of humanity. A whisper exchanged through a cell wall, a faint glimpse of another prisoner being led down the corridor, a shared glance that conveyed understanding in silence. These subtle human connections did not undo the fear, but they offered a flicker of warmth in a place designed to extinguish warmth entirely. The first prisoners of Block 11 were not yet aware that their experiences would become the blueprint for countless others. But the block remembered them. Its walls absorbed their breath, their despair, their resilience. These earliest stories, quiet and often undocumented, formed the foundation of Block 11's identity, a place where fear took shape before cruelty became systematized, where the architecture was still learning how to break a human being, and where the prisoners were confronting the unknown without even the grim clarity of knowing what horrors were yet to come. As more prisoners were brought into Auschwitz throughout 1940 and early 1941, Block 11's role continued to evolve, shaped steadily by the arrival of new groups whose presence altered the building's rhythm and atmosphere. The Polish detainees who had first encountered the block were soon joined by various others. Resistance couriers captured in the countryside, intellectuals accused of spreading ideas considered subversive, students caught with banned pamphlets, and ordinary citizens caught in the wide, unforgiving net of German suspicion. Each new arrival brought with them a different story, a different background, and a different understanding of the world they had just left behind. But once inside Block 11, these individual identities were quietly compressed into a single shared experience, the experience of being swallowed by a silence that no one had the power to break. The block absorbed these new presences with an unchanging stillness. For the prisoners marched into its corridor for the first time, there was a muted shock in discovering just how quiet a place filled with human suffering could be. The silence inside Block 11 was not the silence of calmness or peace. It was the silence of tension, of expectation, of fear waiting to be named. Every new prisoner felt it as soon as they stepped through the doorway. Some later described the moment as stepping into a space where even breathing felt like a disturbance, as though drawing air too loudly might summon unwanted attention. This growing population of early prisoners also meant that the guards and administrators who operated within Block 11 were becoming more experienced in how to manage, control, and break the human spirit. Block 11 became a kind of internal training ground for the SS officers who would later oversee the harsher punishments for which the block became infamous. These officers watched closely how prisoners reacted to certain conditions, noting which methods caused fear to rise quickest, which forms of silence were most effective, and which patterns of movement created the most unease. The block became an evolving machine, constantly adjusting itself to become more efficient in its purpose TO the prisoners. These changes were perceptible only in the smallest ways. They noticed that the guards moved more confidently over time. They noticed that interrogations became more structured, more deliberate. They noticed that waiting times grew longer, that instructions became clearer, that punishments became more predictable, yet no less terrifying. The building itself seemed to shift in character as the guards became more adept. Its walls felt colder, its rooms darker, its silences heavier. It was as though Block 11 was learning how to intimidate more effectively, and the prisoners instinctively felt the tightening of that control. Some of the earliest prisoners brought into Block 11 were kept there for short periods, hours rather than days, while others were held for longer stretches that blended into a blur of sleepless nights and disorienting isolation. The varying lengths of confinement created a strange rhythm within the block. Prisoners who arrived and left quickly often encountered those who had been there for extended periods, their appearances already altered by exhaustion, fear, and hunger. These fleeting encounters, sometimes no longer than a second when two cell doors opened at once, created a shared understanding that required no words. A brief meeting of eyes between two strangers conveyed an entire story: the pain of confinement, the uncertainty of fate, and the heavy knowledge of where they stood. As more people entered Block 11, stories began to accumulate in the air like invisible layers. A man who had been interrogated for hours might pass another who had been confined in total silence for days. A woman accused of aiding the resistance might be placed in a cell across from a man arrested for sheltering a friend. Their backgrounds differed, but the structure around them erased those distinctions. Within Block 11, everyone became a reflection of the same fear, the same vulnerability, the same tension that clung to every part of the building. Yet even in this crushing environment, something deeply human began to form among the earliest prisoners: a quiet sense of solidarity. Not a spoken one, not a shared plan or a whispered rebellion, but a small, fragile connection that grew from the recognition of each other's suffering. When guards weren't present, prisoners sometimes tapped lightly on the walls, using soft rhythmic patterns to communicate. The touches were faint, barely noticeable, but they carried immense emotional weight. A tap might mean, "I'm here." Another tap might mean, "Don't lose hope." In the absence of speech, such tiny gestures became lifelines. There were moments when the silence was broken not by human voices, but by the distant sounds of the camp outside. A marching column in the yard, the faint noise of a whistle blown far away, the echo of a gate closing. These external sounds reminded prisoners that life continued elsewhere even as their own lives felt suspended. The contrast was painful. The world outside Block 11 seemed to move with a rhythm that the prisoners could no longer access. Their isolation was not just physical. It was an emotional and psychological separation from the flow of life. With the passage of time, the early prisoners also became part of a dark knowledge shared within the camp. The understanding that entering Block 11 was not a temporary punishment, but a potential death sentence. Even though large-scale executions were not yet routine in the block's courtyard, rumors grew rapidly. People began to speak of disappearances, of prisoners who went into the building and never came back. These whispers weren't always accurate, but accuracy didn't matter. Fear thrives on possibility, not certainty, and Block 11 offered many possibilities to fear. Among the earliest groups to be brought into the block were scouts, teachers, railway workers, and members of underground networks who had been passing coded messages or helping fugitives escape. Their arrests often came suddenly and without warning. Block 11 became the place where their private courage met the camp's machinery for the first time. Many of them carried with them a sense of duty that had defined their lives before imprisonment. But inside the block, those identities faced an overwhelming test. Every hour spent waiting in silence, waiting for footsteps, waiting for decisions, waiting for fate itself, chipped away at their former resolve. Yet despite these terrifying conditions, some prisoners held on to small rituals that preserved their humanity. A man might recite a prayer silently, repeating it endlessly to hold his mind steady. A woman might mentally retrace the rooms of her childhood home, imagining every window, every chair, every ray of sunlight across the floorboards. Another prisoner might count his breaths, not out of meditation, but because counting created a sense of order in a place where order was imposed only as punishment. These internal acts, the small, invisible choices, were ways of staying alive in a space designed to erase individuality. That IT was also during these early months that Block 11 began to witness the first signs of physical decline among prisoners who were held for longer periods. Hunger, thirst, and sleep deprivation took visible tolls. Faces became hollow, shoulders slumped, movements slowed. But perhaps most telling was the change in eyes. Survivors often said that the eyes of prisoners inside Block 11 had a distinct look, one shaped not simply by fear, but by the exhaustion of waiting for something that had no form or named. In these early days, Block 11's identity as a place of suffering was not yet fully formed, but its foundations were being laid by the experiences of these first prisoners. Chapter 4. Inside the Cells, a daily reality built on fear. To step inside one of Block 11's cells was to enter a world where time seemed to lose its meaning. The prison environment outside the building was harsh enough, but inside these confined rooms, the walls held a different level of silence, one that pressed in on the mind as tightly as the stone pressed against the body. The early cells of Block 11 became the stage upon which countless private battles were fought, battles against fear, hunger, isolation, and the creeping sense that the world beyond the camp's fences was fading into memory. For the prisoners who found themselves locked inside these rooms, the cell was not just a physical confinement. It became a psychological landscape shaped entirely by uncertainty. Each cell in Block 11 had its own atmosphere, yet they all shared the same oppressive design. The brick walls were thick and cool to the touch, often moist from the trapped air. The windows, if one was present, were small slits placed high above eye level, allowing only a narrow beam of pale light to enter. This faint illumination softened nothing. Instead, it heightened the sense of enclosure, reminding prisoners that the outside world existed just beyond reach. The light that entered seemed tired, as if it had lost some of its warmth during its journey through the bars and brick. For many prisoners, the first hours in a Block 11 cell were the most disorienting. The guards would lead them inside with clipped instructions, often without explanation. The door would shut with a heavy, resonant thud that seemed to echo long after the lock clicked into place. In that moment, the prisoner was left alone with a silence that felt nearly alive, thick, expectant, cold. The room did not welcome its occupant. It simply absorbed them, like a void swallowing sound, identity, and hope in slow increments. The lack of information added to the terror. Prisoners rarely knew why they were placed in Block 11, how long they would remain, or what would happen next. Some were held for interrogation, others for punishment, still others for reasons never disclosed. This uncertainty gnawed at the mind in ways that bruises and hunger could not. It stripped away the sense of control that even a small piece of knowledge might provide. Every creak of the corridor outside, every shifting shadow on the wall, carried the possibility of change, good or bad, but more often the latter. Throughout the day, the cells played tricks on the senses. In the dim light, the walls seemed to lean inward, Shadows stretched oddly along the floor, and sometimes the corners felt darker than they should have been. Prisoners described hearing their own heartbeat louder than any outside noise. The stillness became oppressive, almost tactile, as though the room were wrapping itself around them. Hours passed slowly, with no way to measure time. Without a clock, without the sun's movement visible, without the routine sounds of camp life, time dissolved into an endless loop of waking and waiting. The air in the cells carried a stale chill, especially during winter months. Without proper heating, the cold sank into the bones. Prisoners wrapped themselves in whatever fabric they had, but it was rarely enough. They often tucked their hands beneath their arms, curled into corners trying to find warmth, or paced in small circles to keep their blood moving. During the summer, the heat became stifling. The lack of airflow meant that the rooms trapped warmth like sealed ovens, and the air grew thick and unmoving. Yet, no matter the season, discomfort became a constant companion, shaping every moment of cell life. Sleep inside Block 11 was almost impossible. The floors were hard and uneven, and blankets were often withheld as part of punishment. Some prisoners sat against the wall, dozing for minutes at a time, waking suddenly in panic as the silence pressed in again. Others lay flat on the cold floor, their bodies aching from the harsh surface. Even when exhaustion forced sleep upon them, it was rarely restful. Many prisoners later described drifting in and out of shallow dreams filled with distorted memories, faces of loved ones blending with echoes of footsteps in the corridor. Waking up offered no relief, only the return to a room that felt smaller each time consciousness resurfaced. Hunger shaped the cell experience as well. Food was minimal, sometimes non-existent. A small piece of bread, a ladle of watery soup. These were luxuries in Block 11. On some days, no food at all came. Hunger gnawed constantly, a deep ache that intensified with every passing hour. The body weakened quickly without nourishment, making the mind more vulnerable to despair. Prisoners found themselves thinking of food obsessively, imagining meals from their childhood, flavors they had forgotten, smells that once filled their homes. Hunger turned memories into sharp reminders of how far they had fallen from ordinary life. Yet, despite these conditions, moments of human resilience flickered through the darkness. Some prisoners whispered prayers, not loudly but in faint breaths, as though speaking to themselves. Others hummed songs so quietly that the vibrations never rose above their throats. These rituals, though fragile, offered a sense of identity, a way to hold on to who they had been before the walls closed in. In a place designed to strip people of selfhood, such small acts became acts of defiance. There were also brief, fleeting interactions with others. Sometimes a muffled cough could be heard from a nearby cell, or the faint scrape of someone shifting against the floor. These sounds reminded prisoners that they were not entirely alone, even though the structure of the block encouraged isolation. Occasionally, when guards were far enough away, prisoners risked tapping softly on the walls, signaling to their neighbors in a language of rhythm. A tap in return was enough to summon a fragile comfort, a reassurance that someone else was enduring the same darkness. The guard's presence was unpredictable. They moved along the corridor at irregular intervals, their boots producing distinct echoes. Every footstep tightened the tension inside the cells. A guard stopping at a door could mean questioning, beating, or simply checking. But the act of stopping was terrifying enough. Prisoners held their breath, waiting to hear whether the latch would open. Sometimes the guard walked past. Other times, the door swung inward without warning, flooding the room with a harsh beam of light and a cold gust of air that broke whatever fragile calm had formed. For many prisoners, the deepest fear inside Block 11 cells was not the fear of physical punishment. but the fear of complete disappearance. The building was known even in its early days as a place where people vanished without explanation. Delay in return, the sudden silence of a neighbor who had tapped earlier, or the memory of someone being led inside and never reappearing. All of these small details chipped away at hope. Prisoners understood, even without being told, that Block 11 was a doorway to many possible fates, and very few of them involved returning to ordinary camp life. Yet the human mind, even under extreme conditions, seeks meaning. Some prisoners found strength in remembering past moments of joy, a wedding day, a child's laughter, a walk along a familiar street. These memories, though painful, became anchors that kept them connected to a world outside the heavy brick walls. Others drew strength from imagining life after the ordeal, even if that future felt distant and uncertain. Hope, in its faintest form, became a quiet companion, rising and falling like breath. Inside the cells of Block 11, fear shaped every second, but so did resilience. The two forces existed side by side in a delicate, shifting balance. As the days stretched into nights and time dissolved into a continuous blur, Block 11's cells became more than simple containers for prisoners. They became the arena where the human mind confronted its own limits. Each occupant who entered these narrow walls discovered that the real struggle was not only against hunger or cold, but against the quiet erosion of hope. The cells were designed to strip away distractions, leaving the prisoner alone with thoughts that grew heavier the longer the silence pressed down. And yet, within this suffocating stillness, people fought invisible battles, drawing on memories, fragments of identity, and the faintest glimmers of resilience to stay connected to themselves. One of the most striking aspects of daily life inside a Block 11 cell was the unpredictability of every moment. Prisoners rarely knew when the door would open or why it would open. A sudden burst of light from the corridor could signal anything, from a guard checking the cell, to questioning, to movement to another room, to the start of something far worse. This uncertainty kept prisoners in a constant state of heightened awareness. Even the act of resting became fraught with tension. A prisoner drifting into shallow sleep might jerk awake at the faint sound of a latch, the creak of the wooden floorboards outside, or the distant echo of boots. In the absence of any schedule, prisoners often tried to create a mental structure to survive the long hours. Some counted their breaths to form a sense of rhythm. Others tried to recall books they had once read, reciting passages silently to themselves in their minds. A few imagined long walks through familiar landscapes, the streets of their hometowns, the fields they once worked in, or the corridors of the schools where they studied. These mental journeys were a way to keep the outside world alive inside them, even as the cell attempted to extinguish it, but the cell always fought back. Its silence was relentless and heavy. The walls, thick and sound-absorbing, trapped prisoners in a bubble of isolation where the outside world seemed impossibly distant. Occasionally, a faint noise pierced through, a murmur of voices from another corridor, the metallic clank of a bucket, the scraping of a key against metal. These sounds, as subtle as they were, sent waves of anxiety through the prisoners. They reminded them that the block was never truly still, even when everything around them seemed frozen in time. Block 11 breathed quietly, steadily, purposefully, shaping each moment with its tense quietness. Light played a significant role in shaping the emotional landscape of each cell. During mornings, a pale beam entered through the high window, often filtered through frost or dust. It cast thin lines across the walls and floor, giving the cell an almost ghostly quality. Prisoners often watched this light for long periods, using it as their only indicator of time. When the light shifted angle, they knew the day was moving forward. When it faded, they knew night was coming. But when winter brought long stretches of darkness, days became disorienting. Some prisoners lost their sense of when day began and when night ended, and this disruption of the natural cycle intensified the feeling of being suspended in a place where normal rules no longer applied. Hunger, too, shaped each hour. Food was sparse, inconsistent, and often withheld completely. A piece of bread with rough crust, a ladle of watery soup with hardly any nourishment. These small offerings became significant events in an otherwise static day. The anticipation of food, even in such meager amounts, offered a brief moment of focus. But the hunger never retreated. It lingered as a constant ache, twisting inside the body, interrupting thoughts, making limbs feel heavy and weak. In the cold months, hunger combined with the dropping temperatures to create an almost unbearable sensation, as though the body were slowly being hollowed from the inside. Some prisoners attempted to cope with this hunger through mental exercises, imagining large meals they once enjoyed, recalling smells from home kitchens, or picturing the warmth of a family gathering around a table. These memories brought both comfort and pain. They were reminders of a life that felt impossibly distant, yet they also proved that life had existed before the block, that the person suffering in the cell had once been someone with routines, roles, families, laughter, and moments of joy. But perhaps the greatest psychological weight came from the isolation that defined every hour in the cell. Block 11 was engineered to silence communication, to prevent prisoners from forming solidarity. Yet humans, even in the darkest conditions, find ways to connect. In moments when guards were far away, some prisoners tapped lightly on the walls in a rhythmic pattern that formed simple messages. Others scratched symbols or initials into the brick with fingernails or small rocks. These faint marks, nearly invisible to the guards, were ways of asserting existence, a quiet declaration that I was here, even if no one ever saw the inscription. At times, prisoners heard muffled sobs from nearby cells, brief sounds quickly stifled by fear of punishment. Hearing another person cry in the darkness was a powerful reminder of shared suffering. It reinforced that the fear inside Block 11 was universal, touching everyone regardless of background, belief, or identity. This shared vulnerability created a sense of invisible community, even though the architecture fought relentlessly to destroy it. The guards' appearances disrupted whatever fragile calm formed inside the cells. Their footsteps arrived without pattern or warning. Sometimes they moved quickly, other times they walked with slow, deliberate steps that seemed designed to heighten anticipation. When a door opened, the sudden brightness of the corridor light was blinding, and the cold air rushed in like a gust of winter. The guards' voices were often muted in tone, but sharp in authority. A short command, a gesture, a silent appraisal. These interactions could mean anything. They could signal a move to another room, an interrogation, or simply another form of intimidation. One of the most unsettling aspects of daily life in Block 11 was the awareness that the cell might not be the worst part. Many prisoners knew, even in the early days, that the basement held punishments far more severe than the isolation they currently endured. The knowledge that they could be taken downstairs at any time weighed heavily on their minds. Cell doors were not just barriers. They were thresholds of uncertainty. And yet, despite everything designed to break them, many prisoners discovered small sparks of strength in the darkest hours. Some recited poetry silently, allowing familiar words to anchor their minds. Others replayed conversations from their past, imagining the voices of loved ones as though they were in the same room. Some prayed fervently, while others simply whispered their own names to themselves, refusing to let their identities be erased by the silence. The daily reality of Block 11 cells was harsh, suffocating, and intentionally dehumanizing. But within these walls, human resilience persisted. Fear shaped every second, but so did the determination to endure. The architecture of Block 11 tried to compress the human spirit into silence, yet that spirit continued to flicker, quietly, faintly, but undeniably. Chapter 5. The Standing Cells. A space where time was broken. Deep within the basement of Block 11 lay one of the most feared architectural inventions of the entire camp, the standing cells. These small, narrow compartments were unlike anything prisoners had encountered before. They were not rooms in any conventional sense. They were vertical boxes, barely large enough for a human body to fit inside. Entering them required twisting sideways, squeezing through a small opening, and lowering oneself into a space that denied even the simplest movement. For those sent here, time became something distorted, stretched, and weaponized. The standing cells did not merely punish the body, they attacked the mind, dissolving hours into a slow, disorienting descent into exhaustion. Prisoners first learned of the standing cells through whispers carried across the camp, long before many ever saw them. These whispers spoke with a kind of trembling respect for the terror they described. No one used formal words or detailed accounts. Instead, they referred to them simply as the dark boxes, as though naming them directly might summon some unseen force. When prisoners were told they were being taken to the basement of Block 11, many felt an immediate sting of dread. For even without understanding the full nature of the punishment, they knew the basement held horrors beyond the ordinary. The standing cells were located in the far corners of the basement, where the air was coldest and the darkness deepest. Each compartment was roughly the size of a narrow closet, often no more than a few feet in both width and depth. The floor space was too small for sitting or crouching. A prisoner placed inside could not lift their arms fully, could not lean forward without hitting the wall, could not turn around without contorting their body painfully. The cell compelled stillness, not the stillness of rest, but the forced immobility of a body trapped upright for hours or days. The to enter the standing cell. Prisoners were made to pass through a low, square opening near the base of the door, an opening so small that they had to crawl or bend awkwardly to fit. Once inside, they were sealed into darkness. The door closed with a muffled, final thud, blocking out nearly all light. In that instant, a prisoner's world shrank to a patch of cold stone beneath their feet and the suffocating nearness of the walls around them. The first minutes inside were often filled with shock. The air felt unnaturally still, heavy with the chill of the underground. Prisoners tried to shift their bodies instinctively, seeking any way to ease the pressure in their legs and back, only to discover that movement was almost impossible. Every attempt to adjust brought the body into contact with unyielding brick. Soon, they discovered that even small movements required effort, and that every gesture produced an echoing rustle or scrape that reminded them how confined they truly were. Standing for long periods is physically demanding even in open space. But in these cells, the strain multiplied. Muscles trembled, knees buckled, the back ached with a deep, burning tension. As the hours passed, pain migrated across the body, settling into the legs, the spine, the feet. There was no place to sit, no way to rest, no room to stretch. Prisoners could feel their heartbeat pulsing in their legs, creating a dull, rhythmic ache that spread upward. This physical suffering intertwined with the psychological weight of the darkness, forming a combined torment that only grew heavier with time. Breathing inside the standing cells also felt strangely difficult. The confined space restricted airflow, and the small, enclosed volume meant that each breath felt recycled, warmer, and more humid than the one before. The air carried a faint smell of damp stone and stale human presence, a scent that lingered for hours after a prisoner left the cell. In the deepest part of night, the air grew colder still, sinking like a thick fog around the body. Isolation inside the standing cells was total. Prisoners heard very little from outside, just the faintest echoes of footsteps along the corridor or the distant clink of keys. These sounds, though minimal, became enormous in their psychological impact. A footstep might mean the guard was approaching. A jingle of keys might signal the opening of a cell. But time passed so slowly inside the standing cells that even these rare sounds seemed separated by endless stretches of silence. And time behaved differently here. Without light, without sound, without movement, the sense of minutes and hours dissolved. Prisoners often could not tell whether they had been standing for 1 hour or 10. The mind drifted, slipping between waking thought and delirium. Some prisoners described hallucinations, flickers of light that weren't there, the impression of a voice calling their name, or the ghostly sensation of someone standing beside them in the darkness. These illusions were not signs of weakness. They were natural reactions to sensory deprivation, hunger, exhaustion, and fear. The guards used the standing cells as a form of punishment for many different offenses, real or fabricated. A misstep during roll call, a perceived reluctance in following orders, a suspicion of resistance activity. Sometimes the punishment was collective. Groups of prisoners were placed inside separate standing cells as retribution for the actions of one individual. In these moments, the darkness swallowed multiple people at once, each isolated in their own vertical coffin, each battling the same physical and mental torment. But even within the suffering, humanity found small footholds. Prisoners sometimes tapped gently against the brick wall with a knuckle or the edge of a fingernail, signaling to another person in a neighboring cell. These taps were weak and barely audible, but they carried immense meaning. A single tap might say, "I'm still here." Another might signal, "You're not alone." Even though the walls muted most sound, some faint vibrations passed through the brick, offering moments of connection in a place engineered for absolute isolation. One of the most profound challenges inside the standing cells was the struggle against hopelessness. The absence of movement made prisoners feel trapped not only physically but mentally. The mind, deprived of stimuli, began to fixate on the smallest sensations, the beating of the heart, the trembling of muscles, the pounding in the feet. Anxiety magnified these sensations until they felt overwhelming. Some prisoners fought panic attacks in the darkness, trying desperately to keep their breathing steady, to focus on something, anything, that might tether their mind. Yet amid this crushing despair, the human instinct to survive endured. Prisoners developed strategies to cope with the pain, even if only for seconds at a time. Some shifted weight from one foot to the other in tiny increments, careful not to bump into the walls. Some leaned their head lightly against the brick to steady themselves. Others repeated silent counts or recited prayers to distract from the agony. These small acts did not erase the suffering, but they offered a thread of stability that prevented the mind from unraveling completely. For many, the moment the cell door finally opened brought a wave of relief so intense that some prisoners collapsed immediately, their legs unable to support their weight. The sudden light felt blinding. Air felt fresh again. And yet, the psychological scars of those hours lingered long after they were removed from the standing cells. The experience marked them deeply, reshaping their understanding of fear and endurance. The standing cells were not simply instruments of punishment. They were instruments of psychological collapse, designed to bend time, distort perception, and test the mind's ability to cling to itself. If the first moments inside a standing cell were defined by shock, the hours that followed unfolded into a slow, relentless descent into a kind of suffering that prisoners struggled to describe even decades later. The standing cells of Block 11 were places where a person's sense of self was tested against forces both physical and psychological. Forces calibrated so precisely that they seemed designed to break the human spirit piece by piece. Those who endured time inside these cramped spaces carried the memory long after their release, often recalling it as one of the most harrowing forms of punishment in the entire camp. Standing in one position for an extended period is inherently painful, but the architecture of these cells turned discomfort into a controlled torment. As the hours stretched onward, the legs began to tremble involuntarily. The muscles in the lower back knotted into hard, sharp pains that radiated upward with every shallow breath. Blood settled heavily into the feet, creating a sensation like burning or pounding from within. Prisoners often felt as though their legs were no longer part of their bodies, but rather weights that pulled downward with unbearable pressure. The mere act of shifting weight, a reflex in any normal situation, was almost impossible without hitting the brick around them. The darkness intensified these sensations. With no visual reference points, prisoners became acutely aware of their bodies. Every muscle spasm felt magnified. Every heartbeat echoed within their chest. The sense of being trapped inside their own physical pain grew as the hours passed. The darkness also distorted spatial awareness. Some prisoners felt as though the space had shrunk even smaller, tightening around them, closing in. Others experienced the strange sensation that the cell was expanding endlessly above them, a hollow void they could never reach. Time, inside the standing cells, was no longer a steady progression of minutes. It became a shifting, unreliable thing. The mind tried desperately to track its passing, counting breaths or heartbeats, listening for any change in sound. But without any external cues, prisoners often lost the ability to measure time at all. What felt like an hour might have been 15 minutes. What felt like a night might have been a portion of an evening. Some prisoners described the experience as stepping into a separate dimension, a place where time had detached itself from reality and drifted, shapeless and unanchored. Because of this distortion, the mind began to play strange tricks. A prisoner might suddenly feel as though they were floating, though the unyielding pressure against their feet proved otherwise. Others sensed movement in the darkness, a flicker to the side, a shadow shifting, even though the cells were too small for anything to move. These sensory distortions were not delusions in the traditional sense. They were the mind's attempts to fill the void created by sensory deprivation, exhaustion, and fear. Some prisoners tried to cope by mentally escaping the darkness. They brought back memories with vivid detail, clinging to them as lifelines. They pictured the rooms of their childhood homes, the warmth of family gatherings, or scenes from nature, trees rustling in the wind, sunlight on a river, the gentle sway of grass in a summer field. These memories offered temporary relief from the pressing darkness, but returning to the present moment was always painful. The mind, awakened briefly to beauty or warmth, felt the coldness of the cell more intensely when the memory faded. For others, coping meant narrowing their thoughts to the simplest possible focus. One man described repeating the same two words silently for hours, using them as a rhythm to keep panic at bay. Another prisoner tried to imagine each breath as a small victory. Some tried reciting prayers or poems they had learned long ago, letting each line mark a tiny step forward. These mental strategies did not erase the suffering, but they created pockets of clarity that protected them from complete psychological collapse. But even these strategies had limits. Fatigue eventually overwhelmed the mind's defenses. Without sleep, without rest, without the ability to change position, prisoners slipped into states of near delirium. They drifted between moments of sharp awareness and blurred confusion. Some experienced intense waves of despair. Others entered a dreamlike state where memories overlapped with hallucinations, faces merging with shadows, voices blending with the distant echoes of the corridor outside. The emotional toll of the standing cells was profound. Prisoners knew they were enduring punishment not only for something they may have done, but sometimes simply for the guards' desire to assert power. This sense of helplessness, of being subject to whims rather than rules, added an emotional layer to the physical torment. It created a sense of vulnerability that persisted long after the cell door opened again. For many, the most haunting part of the punishment was not the hours they spent inside, but the moment of release. When the door opened, the sudden burst of light was overwhelming. The legs, cramped and numb, often buckled immediately. Guards frequently pulled or dragged prisoners out, their bodies too weak to move on their own. The rush of cool air felt shocking, almost painful. Some prisoners collapsed to the floor, trembling from exhaustion. Others gasped for breath as if surfacing from deep water. The transition from darkness to light, from the cramped cell to the corridor, was so abrupt that it left many disoriented for minutes. Yet even in this fragile state, prisoners understood that survival required immediate composure. Weakness in front of guards could be met with further punishment. So they tried, often unsuccessfully, to straighten their backs, to stand upright, to hide the trembling in their limbs. The body's instinct to collapse battled against the mind's instinct to appear strong. After being removed from the standing cells, many prisoners were returned to ordinary cells in Block 11, where they remained under strict supervision. But even then, the effects lingered. Legs continued to tremble for days. Sleep came in fitful bursts. The memory of the darkness overshadowed every moment. In some cases, prisoners developed long-term pain in their knees and backs. The psychological marks were even deeper. For some, the very thought of confined spaces triggered panic years later. For others, darkness itself became a reminder of the unbearable stillness of those hours. But the most remarkable aspect of these survivors' stories is the resilience they carried with them. Despite the physical pain, despite the psychological torment, despite the erosion of time inside those cramped cells, they emerged with something that Block 11 could not take from them. They emerged with stories, with memory, with proof of endurance. The standing cells were designed to break people, to transform time into anguish. And while they inflicted profound suffering, many prisoners found a way to hold on to the faint flickers of inner strength that helped them endure. In the end, the standing cells became some of the most chilling symbols of how architecture and punishment merged inside Block 11, a place where the human body was tested to its limits, and where the human spirit, though battered, continued to flicker like a small flame, resisting the darkness around it. Chapter 6: The Suffocation Cell Experiments, a slow weapon of control. In the deepest part of Block 11's basement, beyond the standing cells and the narrow corridors where silence pressed in like a physical force, lay another form of punishment that prisoners spoke of only in fearful whispers: the suffocation cells. These spaces were not immediately visible, not marked with special signs or obvious differences. Yet those who had encountered them knew that they represented one of the most sinister design features of the block. Unlike the standing cells, which tormented the body through physical strain, the suffocation cells worked in a different way. They took something essential and omnipresent, air, and turned it into a weapon to understand the suffocation cells. One must first understand the broader context of Block 11's basement. It was a place already stripped of comfort, warmth, and light. Every door was heavy, every corridor narrow, every room deliberately designed to isolate. But the suffocation cells brought that isolation to an extreme. These were extremely small chambers, much smaller than the regular punishment cells, with limited ventilation and only the faintest hint of airflow seeping through cracks in the door or walls. Their size alone created a sense of being buried alive, and their lack of air transformed the experience into one of slow, creeping panic. Prisoners who were taken toward these cells often sensed immediately that something was different. The air in this part of the basement felt still, as though it had been sitting unmoving for days. The silence felt thicker, heavier. Even the guards' footsteps seemed quieter, absorbed quickly by the oppressive atmosphere. Prisoners described feeling the temperature drop as they approached these cells, a cold that seemed to carry with it a warning, a sinking heaviness in the chest that made each breath feel like an effort. The cells themselves were little more than stone chambers, often with no window at all. Unlike other cells that at least allowed a sliver of light, these rooms plunged prisoners into near-total darkness the moment the door closed. This darkness was not merely visual. It felt tactile, as though it rested on the skin like a thin veil, making every movement feel tentative. Prisoners could not see the walls around them. They could barely see their own hands. The lack of visibility intensified every sensation. The dampness of the air, the coolness of the stone walls, the subtle unevenness of the floor. What made the suffocation cells especially tormenting was the gradual nature of the punishment. There was no immediate crisis, no sudden gasp for air. Instead, the atmosphere inside them was stagnant, depleted, and heavy. Each breath felt slightly more difficult than the last, not because the air was entirely gone, but because it carried less oxygen and more humidity. Prisoners often described the early moments inside these cells as confusing. They expected something dramatic, but instead experienced an increasing sense of effort in inhaling, a slow tightening across the chest, and a faint pressure in the head that worsened over time. The air tasted stale, as though it had been trapped for days without circulation. With each breath, prisoners could feel the weight of this trapped air settling deeper into their lungs. The dampness in the room added to the discomfort, making breathing feel thick and heavy. Sometimes the faintest trace of mold or stone dust drifted in the air, irritating the throat and making coughing both painful and counterproductive, since it used precious breath. Very quickly, time inside the suffocation cell became a battle between instinct and panic. The mind attempted to remain calm, knowing that panic would only hasten the struggle for air, but the body reacted differently. The lungs expanded faster, working harder to pull in oxygen. The heart beat rapidly. The skin grew cold and clammy. In total darkness, with no sense of direction or scale, prisoners sometimes felt as though the air itself were shrinking, as though space were closing around them. This psychological element was just as intentional as the physical aspect. The darkness, the isolation, the restricted air, each factor pushed the mind toward the edges of fear. Unlike punishments that focused on physical pain, the suffocation cells targeted the inner senses, the unconscious survival mechanisms. They made breathing, the most natural and automatic of human actions, into something uncertain, something precarious. Once breathing becomes something a person must consciously worry about, panic becomes almost impossible to suppress. For those trapped inside, the silence amplified the fear. In other cells, prisoners could sometimes hear distant noises, doors opening, guards' boots, muffled conversations. But the suffocation cells were so thickly constructed that even these faint reminders of the outside world were muted. Prisoners often described feeling as though they had been sealed in a void, cut off from everything, floating in a darkness where nothing existed except the slow rhythm of their own breathing that as hours passed. The effects grew more severe. Lightheadedness set in, making thoughts blur at the edges. The muscles grew weak, not from exertion, but from the lack of oxygen circulating through the blood. Some prisoners experienced tingling in their fingers or toes. Others felt their knees shake uncontrollably. A deep, slow exhaustion crept through the body, the kind that no amount of rest could alleviate. The mind drifted between alertness and haze, slipping into a strange, dreamlike state where memories surfaced in fragments and then vanished again. Yet even in these darkest moments, prisoners clung to small acts of resistance, breathing slowly and deliberately, closing their eyes even though the cell was already pitch black, whispering prayers or names of loved ones, steadying themselves with mental images of sunlight or fresh air. These tiny gestures offered a thread of grounding, a reminder that beyond the suffocating darkness, another world existed. When the door finally opened, sometimes after hours, sometimes after longer stretches, the sudden airflow felt like a shock. Cool, moving air brushed against the prisoner's skin like a wave of clarity. The first real breath came with a sharp, almost painful relief. Some gasped involuntarily, their lungs desperate to replenish what they had been denied. The contrast between the still, heavy air inside the cell and the moving air outside created a sensation so intense that many prisoners collapsed or swayed. The guards' hands pulled them out roughly, but even the roughness felt like a return to reality after the surreal suffocation of the cell. The suffocation cells of Block 11 were not designed to leave visible marks. Their wounds were internal, quiet, and enduring. They targeted the breath, the heartbeat, the mind's delicate balance. They showed how punishment in this place extended far beyond physical blows, how it reached into the very rhythm of life itself and turned it into a tool of fear. The suffocation cells of Block 11 were designed with chilling precision, each one a quiet experiment in how far human endurance could be pushed before the mind or body reached its breaking point. For prisoners placed inside these cramped, air-starved chambers, survival depended not only on physical strength, but on the ability to steady the mind against a kind of fear that did not shout or strike. It crept, slowly and silently, through every labored breath. As hours passed and the air thinned, the true nature of the punishment revealed itself. A battle against the rising tide of panic, fought in absolute darkness with nothing but the sound of one's own breath for company. What made the suffocation cell experience particularly tormenting was the way the body reacted in stages. In the initial moments, the prisoner could still breathe relatively normally. The cell felt claustrophobic and unsettling, but there was still enough air for the lungs to expand without too much effort. Some prisoners even found themselves clinging to the small comfort that, at least for the moment, breathing was possible. But this reassurance faded quickly. The air was not replenished. It grew warmer, heavier, and more humid with every inhalation. Each breath removed a bit more oxygen from the confined space, and each exhalation added more carbon dioxide, which accumulated silently. Invisibly, as carbon dioxide levels rose, the body began to react in ways that triggered instinctive alarms. The heart pumped faster, breathing became shallower, A faint pressure built behind the eyes. These sensations arrived gradually, but they grew harder to ignore. Some prisoners tried to calm themselves, inhaling slowly, trying to conserve air, attempting to keep panic at bay. But the body has its own logic, its own reflexes, and these reflexes do not submit to discipline easily. When oxygen levels dipped low enough, the body demanded more, pushing rapid, urgent breaths despite the prisoner's attempts to remain calm. This internal battle between instinct and reason was one of the most agonizing parts of the suffocation cell punishment. Reason whispered, "Stay calm. Breathe slowly. Conserve your strength." Instinct shouted, "Breathe faster. Get air." Now, this conflict created an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a feeling that one's own body had turned into an adversary. Even those with strong wills found themselves struggling as the hours dragged on, fighting against the invisible tides of their own biology. The lack of movement only intensified the torment. With no ability to sit, lie down, or shift freely, prisoners felt the weight of the darkness pressing down on them. Some leaned their foreheads against the cold stone wall, hoping for stability. Others tried to brace themselves in corners, seeking a small sense of support. But the unyielding boundaries of the cell offered no relief. The stone absorbed the warmth of their bodies, remaining cold and indifferent, a reminder that the environment itself was an accomplice in the punishment. Prisoners deprived of light began to lose their sense of orientation. Some felt as though the cell were tilting, swaying subtly beneath them. Others felt as though the walls were narrowing, inch by inch, until the space around them became unbearably tight. These perceptions were not hallucinations in the conventional sense. They were responses to the sensory vacuum, the brain attempting to make sense of darkness and silence. With no external references, the world inside the suffocation cell became elastic, shifting and warping in the prisoner's mind. In this altered state, memories took on a haunting vividness. Moments from childhood resurfaced unexpectedly, scenes bathed in sunlight, the sound of footsteps on gravel roads, the scent of bread or flowers. These memories arrived unbidden, sharp and luminous, contrasting painfully with the cold, airless dark surrounding them. Some prisoners clung to these memories, letting them play in their minds like fragile films that offered an escape from the present. Others found that memories brought more pain than comfort, reminding them of the life beyond the walls that felt unimaginably distant. As the hours stretched on, the effects of low oxygen became more pronounced. Dizziness swept through the body like a slow wave. Fingers tingled. Thoughts drifting as though suspended in fog. Prisoners sometimes slipped into brief moments of unconsciousness, only to jolt awake with a sharp gasp, the instinctive panic of a body starved for air pulling them back from the edge. These moments of near fainting were terrifying, not only because they signaled the body's failing strength, but because waking in total darkness brought a disorienting surge of fear, a moment of not knowing where one was or how much time had passed. And yet, even in these moments of acute distress, prisoners retained a quiet, stubborn will to survive. This will was not dramatic. It did not roar or declare itself boldly. It existed in small decisions. The decision to breathe slowly, the decision to stay upright despite the trembling legs, the decision to whisper a name or prayer into the darkness. These fragile acts of inner resistance formed a thin thread of strength, a thread that countless prisoners held on to with everything they had. When the door finally opened, the release was overwhelming. Light spilled into the cell like something alive. Even the faint glow of a corridor lamp felt blinding after hours in complete darkness. The influx of fresh air brought an intense, almost dizzying sensation of relief. Many prisoners collapsed forward, their bodies unable to support them any longer. Others gasped repeatedly, desperate to fill their lungs. The cold, moving air felt like a shock to the senses, a reminder that time still existed, that breath still had weight, that life still lived beyond the suffocation. But the effects did not end at the threshold. Prisoners emerged trembling, weak, and often unable to walk without support. Some experienced lingering dizziness for hours. Others felt panic at the sight of any confined space, including ordinary cells. The mind, having spent hours in a dark vacuum, carried traces of that experience long after the event. Sleep became difficult. Darkness became charged with fear. Silence acquired a heaviness that never fully lifted. Yet through all this, survivors of the suffocation cells carried something remarkable, an enduring proof of inner resilience. They had endured a punishment designed not only to weaken the body but to unravel the mind. And despite the slow weapon of suffocation, despite the darkness and the silence and the fading air, they emerged, shaken, exhausted, wounded, but alive. Their stories would later help the world understand the depths of cruelty engineered within Block 11 and the extraordinary strength of those who endured its most suffocating shadows. Chapter 7: The Starvation Cell. When hunger became a sentence, of all the punishments hidden within the thick brick walls of Block 11, the starvation cell represented a level of suffering that terrified prisoners on a deeply primal level. Hunger, in the camp, was already a constant companion, gnawing, sharp, unrelenting. But inside the starvation cell, hunger was transformed from a background ache into a meticulous, deliberate method of breaking the human spirit. Unlike the standing cells or the suffocation chambers, where the torment was measured in hours, the starvation cell stretched the experience across days and sometimes longer, making time itself feel like a weapon. The starvation cell was located in the same cold basement corridor as the other punishment rooms. Yet, in its own way, it felt like the most silent, the most removed from the world above. Prisoners who were marched toward it sensed immediately that they were being led into a form of punishment different from the others. The standing cells had their narrow, vertical strictness. The suffocation cells had their airless darkness. But the starvation cell had an aura of a slow and lingering despair, built not on sudden fear, but on the gradual collapse of the body's most basic needs. Entering the starvation cell was an unsettling experience. The door was thick and heavy, closing with a dull sound that seemed to swallow up the last traces of outside noise. Unlike other cells where minimal light entered, the starvation cell was often in near-total darkness. The air inside was cold but stagnant, carrying a faint smell of stone and dampness. The room, though small, allowed for a limited amount of movement, enough to sit or lie down, but never enough to feel comfortable. The darkness blurred the edges of the space, making it impossible to know its true size, which only added to the disorientation. When the door closed, the prisoner was left with nothing except their own body, their thoughts, and the slow ache that would soon settle deeply within the stomach. Hunger arrived quickly. Most prisoners placed here were already malnourished. Their bodies were already thin, their reserves already depleted. The first hours inside the cell felt like an intensified version of their daily hunger, a sharper pain, a more noticeable emptiness. But as the hours began their slow march forward, the hunger deepened, turning into something more profound. The prisoners noticed changes in their bodies almost immediately. The stomach, empty for so long, began to ache with a deep, hollow pressure. Muscles felt weak, as though drained of energy. The hands trembled slightly. The legs wobbled when standing. Anyone who moved around the cell quickly learned that their strength was vanishing far faster than they had expected. Hunger was no longer just an ache. It became a force that pushed against every attempt to stay steady. Inside the starvation cell, time behaved strangely. Without food, the body's rhythms shifted, making the passing of hours difficult to track. The darkness offered no clues. There was no sunrise or sunset, no change in light, no marking of morning, afternoon, or night. Prisoners found themselves drifting in and out of a hazy state of consciousness, unable to tell when they had last slept or how long they had been awake. Sleep, when it came, was restless and shallow. Dreams became distorted, filled with fragments of memories, tables filled with food, warm kitchens, comforting scents, only to vanish as soon as the prisoner woke, leaving a painful void in their place. As the hours turned into days, the body began to deteriorate more visibly. Hunger took on new forms. The initial sharp pains dulled into a deep cramping ache, spreading through the abdomen and into the chest. The mouth grew dry, the tongue heavy. The limbs felt distant, as though they belonged to someone else. Every movement required effort. Sitting felt exhausting, standing felt impossible. Lying on the cold floor brought no relief, only a bone-deep chill that seeped into the skin. But far worse than the physical pain was the psychological weight of the starvation cell. The darkness made the experience feel endless. With no distractions, no tasks, no sounds, and no conversations, the mind turned inward, spiraling through memories and fears. Some prisoners found themselves thinking obsessively about food, not just the taste but the texture, the warmth, the feeling of fullness. Others focused on their families, imagining the faces of loved ones, the shape of their hands, the sound of their voices. This emotional longing often hurt even more than the physical hunger. It reminded prisoners of everything they had lost, everything they desperately wished to return to, and everything that felt impossibly far away. The cell forced prisoners to confront a slow, quiet struggle between despair and resilience. Some whispered prayers in the darkness, using the rhythm of familiar words to anchor their minds. Others spoke softly to themselves, repeating their own name, or counting numbers to maintain a sense of control. A few hummed songs under their breath, barely audible, but enough to steady their thoughts. These acts, though fragile, were expressions of survival. They were reminders that even when the body weakened, the mind could still reach for something beyond the cell's cold walls. Guards rarely checked the starvation cell except to confirm whether the prisoner was still alive. Their brief visits were often the only moment of light that entered the room. The door would open, and a sudden burst of brightness would cut through the darkness like a blade. The shock of the light made prisoners squint, shielding their eyes instinctively. The air from the corridor felt fresher, cooler, carrying scents that reminded them faintly of the world beyond the cell. But the visit was short. A glance, a command, a closing door, and the prisoner was once again swallowed by silence and darkness. The starvation cell's cruelty lay not only in hunger, but in the loneliness it imposed. In other forms of punishment, a prisoner might hear faint footsteps, whispers, or the tapping of another prisoner nearby. But the starvation cell often enveloped its occupant in such deep quiet that they felt utterly alone in the universe. This isolation magnified the suffering, turning hunger into a companion that whispered endlessly, dominating every thought. Yet amid the slow collapse of the body and the weight of solitude, some prisoners found a spark of resistance, small, fragile, but real. This resistance took many forms: memories of loved ones, a determination to survive for one more hour, a whispered prayer carried into the darkness, or even the simple act of refusing to surrender completely to despair. These quiet moments of inner strength were not victories in the conventional sense, but in a place designed to extinguish the human spirit, they were extraordinary. The starvation cell was a silent punishment, but its effects resonated through the entire camp. Survivors who endured it carried its memory with them forever, an experience that left marks not on the skin but deep within the mind, etched into the very structure of memory. It was a punishment where hunger was transformed into a sentence, where silence became a second form of torment, and where the human spirit was tested in slow, measured increments. As days blurred into nights inside the starvation cell, the greatest enemy was not simply the hollow ache of an empty stomach, but the quiet unraveling of the mind under the weight of isolation. Hunger in Block 11 did more than weaken the body. It altered perception, reshaped thoughts, and created a kind of inward drifting where a prisoner's sense of self became fragile and fluid. The starvation cell's design ensured that this breakdown was slow, deliberate, and deeply psychological. In a space where time could not be measured and nourishment never arrived, prisoners faced an unfolding struggle that tested the boundaries of human endurance by the second day. Sometimes earlier, sometimes later, the body began to react more dramatically to the absence of food. The sharp pains that had dominated the first hours softened into a dull, gnawing emptiness that spread throughout the torso. The stomach seemed to shrink inward, clenching tightly before releasing in slow, aching waves. Fatigue settled heavily into the limbs. The arms felt weightless and yet too heavy to lift. The legs quivered from standing, but the cold floor offered little comfort when lying down. Every shift of position took effort, and even breathing began to feel like a task that required conscious attention. The cold in the starvation cell amplified this exhaustion. Without proper insulation, without blankets, without heat, prisoners often felt chills deep in their bones, a cold that seemed to seep into them and settle behind the ribs. At times, shivering helped the body feel alive, but as weakness grew, the shivering faded, replaced by a numbness that spread slowly and steadily. This numbness brought its own fear, the realization that the body was beginning to surrender, piece by piece, to the lack of energy. Yet the physical sensations, profound as they were, told only part of the story. Hunger inside Block 11 eventually became a kind of mental terrain. Thoughts grew slow, hazy, wandering. Prisoners often found themselves drifting into long stretches of daydreaming or remembering, their minds slipping into places that felt distant yet intensely vivid. Scenes from their past resurfaced with unusual clarity. Faces of family members, patterns on tablecloths, smells from kitchens, warmth from sunlight on long-ago afternoons. These memories were both a refuge and a wound. They offered comfort in their familiarity, but they also sharpened the pain of absence, reminding prisoners of lives that felt impossibly far away. Some prisoners, in these drifting states, lost track of where they were entirely. They would awaken suddenly, startled by a coldness that didn't match the warm memory they had been lost in, or by a darkness too thick to belong to any dream. Each time this happened, panic swept through them, a split second where they forgot how they arrived in the cell, or how long they had been there, or whether anyone even remembered their existence outside that room. This repeated rediscovery of reality became one of the most emotionally devastating aspects of the starvation cell. There were times when the silence in the cell grew so complete that it felt like a physical pressure. In that silence, the faintest noises, shuffling of feet in a distant part of the block, the muted clink of metal, a door closing far away, became monumental. Prisoners strained to interpret these sounds, wondering if they signaled the passage of time, a guard's approach, or the movement of another prisoner somewhere else in the basement. Yet, just as often, hours passed with no sound at all, reinforcing the sense that the world beyond the cell had shrunk to nothing. The hunger also brought an emotional vulnerability that made small thoughts feel immense. Some prisoners found themselves crying silently, overwhelmed not only by the physical pain, but by an indescribable loneliness. Others felt moments of intense yearning for loved ones, for home, for even the simplest meal shared with family. These yearnings, though painful, became a source of emotional connection, proof that the world outside Block 11 still existed in their hearts, even if they couldn't touch it. Many prisoners described speaking aloud in whispers, their voices hoarse from thirst and exhaustion. They whispered prayers, poems, the names of family members, fragments of conversations. Some counted in soft murmurs to keep their minds steady. These sounds, barely audible even to themselves, broke the oppressive silence enough to remind them that they still had voices, that they still possessed some thread of existence the cell could not fully extinguish. Thirst, too, became a significant force. The starvation cell did not always withhold water, but when it did, dehydration added yet another layer to the torment. The mouth grew dry, the tongue thick, the lips cracked. Swallowing became difficult, and prisoners found that even the act of licking their lips offered little relief. The dryness contributed to dizziness, making the walls feel like they shifted slightly in the darkness. The throat burned with every whispered word. Over time, hunger transformed the body's internal world. The stomach stopped growling. The sharp pains dulled into a hollow ache. The body conserved what little energy it had left, slowing the pulse, quieting the muscles. Weakness spread like a fog, making the air feel heavier, the darkness thicker. Some prisoners found themselves unable to rise, lying curled on the floor in a state between wakefulness and sleep. In these moments, the cell felt less like a room and more like a distant cavern where the world outside had ceased to exist. And yet, as profound as the suffering was, something extraordinary happened within many prisoners. Even in moments when they felt close to the edge, an inner voice, sometimes faint, sometimes steady, whispered to them to keep going. It reminded them of loved ones waiting outside, of lives they wanted to return to, of promises they had made long before their imprisonment. These voices of memory, of duty, of hope, became anchors in a sea of darkness. The starvation cell was not meant to produce visible scars, yet it left marks deeper than the eye could see. Some prisoners emerged hollow-eyed, trembling, their bodies weakened beyond recognition. Others came out with a quiet determination that surprised even themselves. The guard opening the door often saw a figure hunched and fragile, but behind the fragility lived a spirit that had endured something unimaginably difficult. When the door finally swung open, sometimes after days, sometimes after longer, the sudden rush of cool air felt like rebirth. The faintest light seemed blinding after complete darkness. Prisoners often blinked quickly, shielding their eyes. Their legs shook as they attempted to stand, many needing to be helped or even carried. The corridor outside felt impossibly wide after the suffocating enclosure of the cell. Yet no matter how weakened they emerged, those who survived the starvation cell carried with them an undeniable truth. The human spirit, even in its most fragile state, holds a resilience that defies the darkness around it. The starvation cell was designed to break that spirit slowly, quietly, relentlessly. But many who endured its torment discovered within themselves a quiet strength, one that Block 11 could not steal. Chapter 8. Interrogations in Block 11. The machinery of psychological ruin. Interrogations inside Block 11 did not begin with shouting or physical violence. They began with silence. They began with the echo of boots on stone, the slow click of a key sliding into a lock, the sound of a door opening just wide enough to reveal a dim corridor. For prisoners held in the cells above and below, the moments leading up to interrogation were often the most terrifying, not because of what they knew, but because of everything they didn't. In this silence, the imagination became its own tormentor, and Block 11 used that uncertainty as a subtle but powerful weapon that a prisoner summoned for interrogation would first hear their number called, often softly, almost calmly, by a guard. This calmness, a deliberate, controlled tone, created a chilling contrast to what the prisoner knew awaited them. Fear surged through the body with an almost physical strength. Knees weakened, the breath quickened, yet the guards expected immediate obedience. Any hesitation could be interpreted as defiance, and defiance carried its own dangers inside Block 11 that the walk to the interrogation room, though short in distance, felt impossibly long. Prisoners were led down corridors where every footstep echoed sharply, bouncing off the thick brick walls. These echoes repeated like reminders that the building itself was watching. Some prisoners described feeling as if the walls narrowed behind them as they walked, sealing off their escape. Others remembered focusing intensely on the rhythm of their own footsteps, using it to steady their nerves as they moved closer to the unknown. Upon reaching the interrogation room, prisoners were usually met with a stark, simple space. These rooms contained almost nothing: a table, a chair, a stack of documents, and the looming presence of SS officers trained in psychological manipulation. The simplicity of the environment was intentional. It removed every distraction, forcing the prisoner to confront the authority seated across from them. The room felt colder than the corridor, as if the stone absorbed not only heat, but hope. The interrogator rarely began with aggression. Instead, they often started with quiet questions, designed to unsettle the prisoner rather than to extract immediate answers. They might ask about family, profession, or small details from the prisoner's past, details that felt too personal, too intimate for this environment. This tactic was not meant to gather information, but to disarm. By inserting familiar subjects into an unfamiliar, threatening space, the interrogator stirred confusion in the prisoner's mind, creating a subtle vulnerability. Then the questions would shift. The tone changed, sometimes gradually, sometimes sharply, moving from calm to insistent. The interrogator might circle around a topic repeatedly, probing the prisoner's responses, watching their eyes, their breath, their posture. Silence became a tool. Long pauses forced the prisoner to sit with their anxiety, wondering whether they had already said something wrong. Some interrogators used these pauses strategically, staring without blinking, amplifying the sense of being scrutinized under an invisible lens. Interrogations in Block 11 were not merely about gathering information. They were about control. They were about dismantling a prisoner's sense of stability. They were about testing how fear altered their thinking. Every question, every pause, every gesture served that purpose. Even the simplest statement from an interrogator could carry layers of implied threat. A sentence like, "Think carefully before you answer," could make a prisoner's heart pound so violently that they struggled to speak. Some interrogators spoke in low, steady voices that made their threats sound almost polite. This calmness was more frightening than shouting because it suggested absolute confidence. Confidence that the prisoner had no power, no say, no agency. Other interrogators used sudden bursts of intensity to break a prisoner's concentration, creating emotional whiplash. A quiet voice might suddenly rise. A hand might strike the table without warning, A chair might be dragged loudly across the floor. These unexpected shifts shattered whatever focus the prisoner had managed to maintain. There were moments when the interrogator leaned in close, speaking in near whispers meant only for the prisoner to hear. These whispers were not secrets, they were psychological traps. They might imply knowledge the interrogator did not truly possess. They might hint at consequences that were never explicitly stated. They might reference other prisoners by name, leaving the individual uncertain whether others had spoken about them. This uncertainty gnawed at the prisoner's confidence and deepened their fear. The psychological strain of interrogations often grew from the simplest factors: lack of sleep, hunger, the coldness of the block, the memory of the cells waiting just beyond the door. The mind, already weakened by these conditions, became more vulnerable to suggestion. An interrogator asking calmly repeated questions could make a prisoner second-guess their own recollection. Even truth began to feel unstable. And when the mind loses trust in itself, it becomes even more malleable to pressure. Between questions, the interrogator sometimes shuffled papers, making a show of reading through documents that may have been empty or unrelated. The rustle of these pages added another layer of psychological weight. Prisoners often wondered what information the interrogator had in their hands, what names or details were written there. The uncertainty was exhausting. The room grew colder as time passed, not because the temperature changed, but because fear magnified every sensation. The prisoner's hands trembled slightly, either from the chill or from nerves. The chair beneath them felt hard and unforgiving. The light, often dim and harsh, cast shadows that made the room appear smaller, trapping the prisoner within lines of darkness. Interrogations could last minutes or hours. The length itself was part of the punishment. Not knowing how long they would be kept in this state made the experience feel endless. Some prisoners reported that the silence between questions was more painful than the questions themselves. They sat waiting, mind racing, imagining every possible consequence. And yet, despite the psychological pressure, many prisoners resisted in small ways. They slowed their breathing, trying to remain calm. They answered steadily, refusing to let their voices shake. They focused on memories of their families, grounding themselves in thoughts that the interrogator could not take away. These quiet acts of mental resistance may have seemed insignificant, but inside Block 11's interrogation rooms, they became powerful markers of endurance. When the questioning finally ended, prisoners were often led back through the same corridor, but the journey felt different. Their legs felt heavier. Their heartbeats echoed louder in their ears. The cells they returned to seemed colder, darker, more threatening. Yet in the quiet moments after interrogation, many prisoners found themselves holding on to something small, perhaps only the fact that they had survived the encounter. The interrogations of Block 11 were not about extracting truth. They were about breaking certainty. They were about reshaping fear into obedience. They were a slow, deliberate machinery of psychological ruin. And yet, countless prisoners emerged from them carrying a resilience that Block 11 never intended for them to keep. The psychological pressure of interrogations inside Block 11 did not end when the questioning stopped. In many cases, the true weight of the experience settled upon prisoners only after they were escorted back to their cells. The long walk through the dim corridors felt different from the journey toward the interrogation room. Now, each footstep seemed heavier, as though the building itself absorbed the prisoner's fear and returned it in slow pulses through the cold floors. The cell that had once felt merely oppressive now felt suffocating, its shadows thicker, its silence deeper, as though it had been waiting to receive the prisoner in their weakened state. Returning prisoners often found themselves replaying the interrogation in their minds. Every word, every silence, every look the interrogator had given them. Block 11's architecture amplified this cycle of mental repetition. The thick walls muted all external sound, trapping a prisoner alone with their thoughts, allowing fear to echo inside the mind unchallenged. The cell, once merely confining, became a private chamber of doubt. Had they answered correctly? Had they said too much? What would happen next? The lack of clarity fed a growing sense of vulnerability that was often more painful than the interrogation itself. In these quiet hours, prisoners discovered the true power of psychological torment. Their thoughts became restless, spiraling into scenarios they could not escape. Many described the feeling of their minds becoming crowded with questions that multiplied endlessly. Would they be called again? Would they be punished further? Would they be sent to the basement cells? Would others suffer because of their answers? The uncertainty was a weapon in itself. Block 11 did not need continuous violence to inflict suffering. Uncertainty did the work silently, relentlessly. The cold inside the cells deepened this mental unease. After the stress of interrogation, prisoners often felt the chill more sharply. Their hands trembled. Their bodies ached from tension. Some wrapped their arms around themselves, trying to hold warmth that wasn't there. The cold stone floor offered no comfort, and the heavy air felt almost watchful, as if it held the memory of countless interrogations that had taken place before. Every detail of the space reminded the prisoner that Block 11 was designed not only to punish the body, but to keep the mind suspended in fear. Sleep, on nights following an interrogation, became nearly impossible. The mind replayed the events in loops. Even when exhaustion forced the prisoner into brief periods of rest, their dreams often blended with the reality of the interrogation room. Dim lights, watchful eyes, questions that seemed to follow them into unconsciousness. Waking from such dreams brought no relief. The prisoner would open their eyes only to find themselves still in the same cell, still inside the same walls, still facing the same uncertainty. For some prisoners, the most haunting part of interrogation was not the direct questions, but the deliberate manipulation that accompanied them. Interrogators often implied they already knew everything. They referenced details vaguely, hinting that others had spoken, creating the illusion of betrayal. They sometimes said things like, "We can confirm this," or "Someone has already mentioned your name," without offering specifics. These statements planted seeds of doubt in prisoners' minds, prompting them to question their relationships, their choices, even their memories. This strategy often led prisoners to second-guess themselves long after the interrogation ended. In the darkness of their cell, they wondered who else had been questioned, whether conversations they had once considered harmless now seemed suspicious under the interrogator's gaze. Even the memory of a shared look or whispered word with another prisoner became a source of anxiety. Block 11 did not simply isolate prisoners physically. It isolated them emotionally, making it difficult to trust even their own thoughts. Yet, amid this crushing psychological pressure, prisoners found subtle ways to maintain their sense of self. Some repeated fragments of songs in their minds. Others whispered prayers into the darkness, letting familiar rhythms ground them. A few silently recited poems or passages from books they had once read, clinging to words that reminded them of a world beyond Block 11's walls. These quiet rituals did not erase the fear, but they created small pockets of strength. Moments where the prisoner's identity resurfaced briefly, resisting the dissolving effect of psychological torment that in some instances, neighboring prisoners became sources of comfort, even without direct contact. A faint cough from another cell, a quiet shift of movement, or the soft tapping of a knuckle against the wall offered reassurance that others were nearby, that someone else was awake, suffering, enduring. These faint human signals cut through the heavy silence of Block 11 like tiny shards of light, reminding prisoners that they were not alone, even if they never saw the faces of those around them. But the interrogator's influence extended far beyond the room where the questioning took place. Many prisoners described feeling as though the interrogator's voice followed them back to their cells, echoing in their minds, carrying the weight of every implied threat. Even when alone, they could recall the tone perfectly, the measured calm that held more menace than shouting ever could. It became a phantom presence, lingering with the prisoner long after the questioning ended. In the days following an interrogation, prisoners often found themselves watching the cell door with heightened anxiety. Every footstep in the corridor caused their breath to catch. Every jangle of keys made their pulse quicken. The possibility of being summoned again loomed constantly, turning even moments of stillness into stages of deep tension. In this state, prisoners lived in a continuous cycle of anticipation, unable to relax, unable to prepare, unable to escape the mental aftermath of the interrogation. Yet, even in such darkness, small acts of resilience emerged. Some prisoners made quiet vows to themselves, vows to endure, to survive, to hold on until liberation or chance allowed them to leave Block 11. Others clung fiercely to memories of their families, imagining the warmth of a familiar embrace, the sound of a loved one's laughter. These memories became talismans of hope, protecting their minds in the moments when despair felt closest. For many prisoners, the interrogation left a permanent imprint, an invisible scar carried for the rest of their lives. They remembered the coldness of the room, the echo of the interrogator's voice, the oppressive silence that followed them back to their cell. They remembered how time seemed to stretch, how fear walked beside them in Block 11's corridors, how every question seemed designed to unravel something delicate inside them. But they also remembered their endurance. They remembered the courage it took to remain silent when silence was difficult, to speak truthfully when truth was dangerous, or to hold their minds together when everything around them tried to pull it apart. Block 11's interrogations aimed to break the human spirit, but the fact that so many prisoners survived them, mentally and emotionally, stands as a testament to resilience stronger than fear. Chapter 9. The Courtyard Executions. A ritual of terror and silence. The courtyard of Block 11 was a narrow, enclosed space, a rectangle of stone and shadow tucked between two stark brick walls. At first glance, it appeared deceptively ordinary. It had no dramatic architecture, no towering structures, no signs that it would become one of the most feared and silent places in the entire camp. And yet, this courtyard was destined to become the stage for moments that reverberated through Auschwitz with a quiet, devastating power. It was here, in this confined strip of ground, that prisoners confronted the darkest form of punishment the block had to offer: execution. But before executions became routine, the courtyard already carried an aura of dread. Prisoners walking past it felt the stillness differently than any other area of the camp. Even when empty, the courtyard had a heaviness, as though the space stored tension in its walls. The ground was hard and compacted, marked not by dramatic scars, but by the simple wear of countless footsteps, guards, prisoners, officers, each passing through unknowingly shaping the space into something more ominous. The courtyard was shielded by high walls on all sides, creating a windless stillness. Sounds did not easily escape or enter. When the air was still, prisoners said the silence pressed against their ears like something physical. The far wall, plain, unadorned, and cold to the touch, would later become infamous as the Black Wall. But even before it was covered with dark material, That wall seemed to absorb emotion, turning the courtyard into a place where hope felt thin and fragile. In the early years of Block 11's operation, prisoners brought into the courtyard were not always aware of the role it would soon play. Some were escorted there for disciplinary formations, to stand for long periods in the cold or the sun as punishment. Others were assembled for administrative procedures or to be counted. But with each passing month, the space acquired a new reputation. Whispered rumors traveled through the camp, quiet suggestions that the courtyard was being prepared for something else, something heavier. The sense of foreboding grew, shaping the way prisoners moved past the area, their eyes lowered, their breath shallow, their hearts tightening instinctively. When the courtyard became an execution site, it did so quietly, without ceremony. There was no announcement, no sudden shift in appearance. Instead, its transformation happened almost invisibly, shaped by a few small alterations. A structure was mounted against the far wall, its dark surface absorbing light and sound. The ground was cleared more carefully. Guards began to stand watch more frequently. Prisoners noticed these changes with an uneasy awareness. Even without understanding their full meaning, they sensed that the courtyard had shifted from a space of punishment to a place where sentences ended. Executions in Block 11's courtyard were conducted with a chilling calmness. They were not chaotic or loud. They were marked by a kind of ritualized stillness. Prisoners often described the silence of these moments as worse than the act itself. From nearby blocks, men and women strained to hear even a hint of what was happening, but the walls prevented most sound from escaping. A faint echo, a single command spoken in a low voice, or the soft shuffle of footsteps was often all that reached them. And sometimes, nothing at all. The prisoners selected for execution were brought from their cells, often without warning. The process was swift. A guard would open a cell door, call a number, and the prisoner would be escorted silently through the corridors. The walk to the courtyard was short, but for those experiencing it, every second elongated, stretching into a slow-motion journey towards something undeniable. The air felt colder in the hallway. The light seemed harsher. The building's familiar silence transformed into something overwhelming, an oppressive weight that settled onto the prisoner's shoulders. Upon entering the courtyard, many described sensing the emptiness of the space first. The open air above contrasted sharply with the enclosed rooms of Block 11. The sky, visible through the narrow rectangle between the walls, often appeared distant and pale. Birds rarely flew overhead. The courtyard felt disconnected from nature, as though it were a separate world suspended between the building's oppressive brick walls. The guards moved with a solemn precision. Their posture was rigid, their expressions unreadable. This lack of emotion was part of the psychological mechanism. It created a sense of inevitability, as though what was happening was not a choice, but a simple execution of duty. The prisoner stood before the wall, sometimes alone, sometimes with others, facing a surface that had absorbed countless moments of quiet terror. The black wall, covered in a dark, sound-absorbing material, amplified the stillness. Light did not reflect off it. Instead, it vanished into the surface, making the wall appear deeper than it was. Prisoners said the wall felt like a final boundary, a place where existence thinned and dissolved. Its presence loomed even when it was not directly in view. Those who were brought near it often felt an instinctive chill, a sense that the wall held memories of every life that had ended before it. For prisoners witnessing the courtyard from a distance, through small windows, through cracks in the brick, or simply through rumors that spread silently afterward, the executions took on a mythic, almost ghostly quality. They heard fragments of what had transpired, the sound of footsteps, a brief command, the shifting of boots on hard ground. The silence that followed was often the most unbearable part. It suggested finality. It suggested absence. It suggested the stark truth that someone who had been alive minutes before was now simply gone. In this environment, fear spread through the camp in waves. Even prisoners who never saw the courtyard, who never walked its ground or faced its wall, felt its presence. Block 11's reputation grew not only from its cells, but from this open-air chamber where silence became the language of death. The courtyard represented the ultimate consequence of disobedience, suspicion, or simply misfortune. Prisoners learned quickly that the mere mention of the courtyard was enough to silence conversation and lower voices. Yet, despite the horror associated with the courtyard, acts of humanity persisted. Prisoners taken toward the wall sometimes walked with quiet dignity, holding themselves upright despite the terror in their hearts. Others whispered final words, names of loved ones, fragments of prayers, messages carried on trembling breath. These quiet utterances, though rarely heard by anyone, became testaments to the resilience that Block 11 could not entirely erase. The courtyard also bore witness to moments of profound, silent solidarity. Fellow prisoners, when they sensed an execution was taking place, often paused their movements in distant barracks. They bowed their heads. They stood still. They acknowledged the suffering without words, creating a connection across space that the walls could not fully contain. This shared silence became a form of mourning, a way of offering the faintest gesture of respect to those who stood before the wall. Over time, the courtyard of Block 11 became more than an execution site. It became a symbol of the quiet cruelty woven into the fabric of Auschwitz, a reminder that terror did not always need noise or spectacle. Sometimes it moved silently in contained spaces, carried out with cold precision beneath a pale sky. As executions in the courtyard of Block 11 became more frequent, the space transformed into a silent witness to countless final moments, each one carried out with a cold precision that seemed designed not just to end a life, but to reshape the atmosphere of the entire camp. The courtyard grew heavy with memory. Even when no prisoners stood before the black wall, the emptiness of the space felt charged, as if the air itself held traces of the fear, the whispered prayers, and the last breaths of those who had passed through it. The ground, though unmarked, seemed to absorb the heaviness, anchoring it deep within the soil. For the prisoners in nearby blocks, the courtyard existed mostly as a presence rather than a sight. Only a few could glimpse it through small, high windows or cracks between boards. Yet everyone felt its influence. They sensed when an execution was happening. The camp seemed to grow still, as though even the wind paused. Birds avoided the area. The usual sounds of distant movement, a cart rolling, boots marching, commands being shouted, seemed to quiet themselves. This silence felt unnatural, heavy with tension, as if the camp held its breath. Those prisoners who were forced to march past the courtyard or catch brief glimpses of it spoke of a peculiar stillness that seemed to radiate outward. Even when empty, the courtyard felt haunted, not by ghosts, but by the memory of human suffering. Some prisoners looked away quickly, while others found themselves staring, unable to break the pull of its quiet gravity. A few whispered prayers under their breath as they walked, hoping their words might offer some invisible comfort to those who had faced their final moments there. For the prisoners brought into Block 11 to await execution, the knowledge of what awaited them was often more agonizing than the act itself. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in those final hours. Some prisoners sat in silence, their faces calm in a way that seemed almost surreal. Others paced in their cells, trying to hold on to equilibrium as fear surged through them. A few prayed softly, their voices barely audible, and some, unable to speak or move, simply closed their eyes and withdrew inward, clinging to memories of home, family, or moments of peace long gone. The guards who escorted prisoners to the courtyard moved with chilling routine. Their expressions were carefully neutral, their motions precise. They did not speak unless necessary, and when they did, their words were clipped, professional, without a trace of emotion. This detachment added a cold layer of cruelty to the proceedings. It signaled that the guards viewed the act as nothing more than another task in a day's schedule. This routine, repeated again and again, helped maintain the camp's atmosphere of intimidation. Even death was carried out with mechanized efficiency. For the prisoners being led toward the courtyard, the walk itself was surreal. The corridor leading from the cells to the outer door felt impossibly long. Every step echoed faintly, bouncing off the stone walls. Some prisoners focused on the rhythm of their footsteps, finding in that rhythm a last, fragile sense of self. Others looked straight ahead, not wanting to see the faces of the guards or the walls they passed. A few glanced sideways toward the small windows where sunlight filtered in, trying to fix the image of the sky in their minds. Stepping into the courtyard brought a sudden shift in sensation. The air felt different, colder in winter, sharper in summer. The sky above seemed too open, too distant. For those who had been confined for days or weeks, the open space almost felt unreal, vast compared to the tight walls of the cells. Yet the openness offered no comfort. The courtyard's boundaries were immediate reminders that this was not freedom. It was simply a larger room built for finality. The black wall dominated the far side of the courtyard. Its dark surface absorbed light, sound, and attention, pulling the eye toward it even when prisoners tried to look away. Many described an involuntary chill when faced toward the wall, as though the air grew colder within its shadow. Others felt the strange sensation that the wall's surface seemed to recede, like a void spreading outward, swallowing the space around it. Even those who never stood directly before it felt its presence like an invisible weight. In the quiet moments before the execution, time slowed. The courtyard, already silent, seemed to hold its breath even tighter. Some prisoners stood completely still, their hands trembling. Others closed their eyes, shutting out the world around them. A few murmured final words, names of loved ones, fragments of prayers, promises whispered to the sky. These words, barely audible, lingered in the cold air for a heartbeat before fading into silence. The guards maintained a chilling professionalism. Their commands were soft, precise, and practiced. Their steps were measured. Their motions followed a pattern repeated so many times that it had become second nature. This calmness made the scene more devastating. It stripped the moment of chaos and replaced it with order, a cold, calculated order that rendered each execution a ritual rather than an eruption of violence. The ritual was designed to intimidate, to instill fear in those who might hear of it, and to reinforce the camp's absolute control over life and death. Although prisoners in other blocks rarely witnessed the courtyard directly, its influence spread throughout Auschwitz in quieter, more insidious ways. Rumors circulated, never spoken loudly, always whispered. A prisoner might mention that someone had been taken into Block 11 and not seen again. Another might recall hearing faint footsteps or a distant command during the night. These fragments formed the foundation of a communal fear that permeated the camp. Even without witnessing the courtyard, prisoners felt its gravity, its weight, its role as a silent enforcer of obedience. Yet, despite the terror associated with the courtyard, there were moments of remarkable grace. Prisoners facing death sometimes stood with dignity that defied the environment around them. They lifted their heads. They steadied their breath. They held on to the small spark within themselves that Block 11 had tried so hard to extinguish. And though their final moments were marked by silence, their quiet courage became a memory shared by those who survived, a story whispered through generations as proof of endurance in the face of chilling cruelty. The Courtyard did not simply take lives. It reshaped the emotional landscape of Auschwitz. It cast a long shadow that stretched far beyond its walls, threading through the camp's whispered conversations, its silent glances, its trembling breaths. The courtyard of Block 11 became a symbol of the quiet, devastating machinery of fear, a place where silence became both a weapon and a witness. Chapter 10. The Black Wall. A place where hope ended. The Black Wall of Block 11 was not merely a physical structure. It was a symbol, a boundary between life and death, a surface that absorbed not only bullets, but also the weight of countless unspoken fears. When prisoners spoke of Block 11 in hushed tones, it was often the Black Wall that their minds returned to, even if they had never seen it with their own eyes. Its presence extended far beyond the courtyard where it stood. It reached into the cells, into the corridors, into the very way prisoners breathed inside the camp. The wall became an echo within Auschwitz, a silent reminder of how thin the line between survival and finality could be. Before it was covered with the dark material that gave it its name, the wall was simply a brick facade, cold, unremarkable, and easily overlooked. But as executions became more common in the courtyard, the SS officers sought to create a space that would conceal the physical aftermath while intensifying the psychological impact. The dark boards and padding were added not only to absorb sound and prevent ricochets, but also to remove any visible trace of what had occurred there. The result was a surface that reflected no light, no warmth, and no human presence. It stood like a quiet void, a blank final destination where prisoners confronted the full weight of their fate to those who approached it. The wall's darkness felt unnatural, as though it did not merely cover the brick, but swallowed the very air around it. In winter, frost clung to its surface in thin, fragile layers that cracked under the slightest touch. In summer, the material became hot and oppressive, absorbing the sun's heat and radiating it back into the courtyard in slow, heavy waves. No matter the season, the wall seemed to possess a presence beyond its physical structure, a presence shaped by the countless moments of fear, trembling, and silent final prayers that it had witnessed. For prisoners brought into the courtyard, the sight of the black wall created an immediate physical reaction. The heart tightened, the breath shortened, the mind raced through memories, searching for something to hold on to. The wall seemed to grow taller the closer one came to it, towering above as though it were judging every step. Even the shadows it cast felt heavy. Some prisoners later recalled that they could feel the wall before they saw it. A chill on their skin, a sinking feeling in their stomachs, an instinctive understanding of what the dark surface represented. Those who stood before the black wall experienced a silence unlike any other in the camp. The wall's sound-absorbing surface softened even the faintest noises. Footsteps felt muted. The slightest breeze became quiet. Even the guards' voices seemed swallowed by the darkness. This engineered silence made the courtyard feel detached from the world beyond its walls. Time did not move normally in this space. Seconds stretched, breaths lengthened, and the beating of one's heart became the loudest sound in existence. Some prisoners, in their final moments, fixated on small details of the wall, the texture of the boards, the tiny imperfections in the surface, the way shadows clung to it. These details, though seemingly insignificant, offered a sense of focus in a moment when fear threatened to overwhelm all thought. Others avoided looking at the wall entirely, choosing instead to close their eyes and retreat inward into memories of family, home, or moments of peace long before the war. For these prisoners, the Black Wall became not just a physical surface, but a final boundary between the world they had known and the unknown beyond. What made the Black Wall uniquely devastating was not only the finality it represented, but also the emotional weight it carried throughout the camp. Prisoners who never once stepped into the courtyard felt its influence. They heard whispers about it during work, at roll call, or in the barracks late at night. The wall became a symbol of what awaited those who were accused of resistance, defiance, or simple misfortune. It shaped behavior, silenced conversations, and created an atmosphere where fear governed every motion. Even more haunting were the stories that circulated quietly among prisoners. Stories of individuals who faced the Black Wall with unexpected courage. Some spoke of prisoners who stood tall, refusing to show fear. Others recalled final words spoken with dignity, even in the face of overwhelming terror. These stories became fragile threads of hope, reminders that even in the darkest moments, human dignity could flicker like a small flame refusing to be extinguished. For those who survived Block 11, memories of the Black Wall lingered for decades. They remembered the heavy air, the towering darkness, and the crushing stillness. They remembered the feeling of walking into the courtyard and knowing that the wall represented something absolute, something irreversible. Even after liberation, the image remained vivid in their minds, a symbol of the cruelty they had endured and the resilience they had summoned. But the Black Wall also bore witness to moments of quiet solidarity. Prisoners who sensed an execution taking place often paused in their labor elsewhere in the camp, bowing their heads in silent respect. Others whispered prayers for strangers they would never meet. Though the wall stood between them, separating those who faced their final moments from those who survived, it also created a connection, a shared recognition of suffering, courage, and the fragile nature of life inside Auschwitz. The Black Wall, though immovable, became a canvas upon which countless human stories intersected, stories of fear, silence, resistance, and, in rare but powerful moments, unexpected strength. It embodied the darkest depths of the camp's cruelty while simultaneously highlighting the unwavering resilience that persisted despite it. To stand before it, whether in person or in memory, was to confront the stark reality of what Block 11 represented. A place where hope was not extinguished suddenly, but slowly, silently, and with the weight of a cold, dark wall pressing down upon the final moments of countless lives. The Black Wall remained a fixed structure in the courtyard of Block 11, yet prisoners often described it as something that felt strangely alive, alive with memory, with silence, with the weight of countless stories compressed into its darkened surface. As time passed within Auschwitz, the wall's presence grew into something larger than its physical form. Prisoners could sense it even when they couldn't see it. It shaped the mood of the entire block, shaped the way conversations unfolded, shaped the way people carried themselves through the camp. It became a boundary not only between life and death, but between fear and whatever fragile strength people could still hold on to in the face of overwhelming terror. The wall's design contributed to this impression. It swallowed sound, folding it inward so quietly that even the faintest noise felt unnatural. Guards' footsteps, usually sharp and echoing throughout the camp, became muted when they stepped into the courtyard. Their commands softened. Even the rustling of clothing seemed to vanish into the dark surface. This silence, this eerie absence of normal sound, created an atmosphere so still that prisoners often compared the courtyard to a sealed chamber where the world paused momentarily. For those brought into the courtyard, The hush intensified their fear. A prisoner who had spent days or weeks in a cell full of muffled echoes suddenly found themselves under an open sky, but with a silence so deep it felt heavier than any wall. Some described the sensation as stepping into a void where sound, breath, and time all felt strangely suspended. Others said the silence made them more aware of their heartbeat, as though the wall magnified the sound inside their own bodies. The appearance of the wall contributed another layer to the experience. Covered with dark material, it absorbed the sunlight rather than reflecting it. In bright daylight, it looked almost impossible to focus on, a patch of shadow so dense it seemed to distort the air around it. At sunset, the wall blended into the fading light, becoming part of the courtyard's dimness. On cloudy days, it appeared even darker, like a door into some unknown place. And at night, under the faint glow of distant lamps, it stood like a featureless void that seemed to consume the little light that reached it. These visual impressions were subtle, but they left lasting impressions on prisoners. Many later recalled that the black wall did not look like something built by human hands. Instead, it felt like a surface onto which suffering had been projected, layer upon layer, until it created an unnatural darkness. The ground leading toward the wall also held a quiet, unsettling quality. There were no visible marks, nothing that hinted at what had transpired. The soil, hardened by countless footsteps, seemed unnaturally smooth. In winter, frost crept across it in thin veins, glinting in the faint light. In summer, dust rose gently underfoot before settling in the same silent manner that defined the courtyard. Yet prisoners felt the heaviness of what lay embedded within the earth. Moments of fear, final breaths, unspoken words dissolved into the air. Prisoners who were taken toward the black wall often walked with slow, deliberate steps, not because they wished to take their time, but because their bodies instinctively resisted the finality that awaited them. Their legs trembled, their breaths grew shallow, their hearts beat with an intensity that made the world feel distant. Yet even in those final moments, many displayed a quiet courage that defied the oppressive weight of the wall. Some lifted their heads and faced the wall steadily. Some thought of their families, whispering names into the silence. Some closed their eyes, finding comfort in inner memories. Some stood rooted, their silhouettes peaceful against the cold stone. These quiet expressions of dignity, private, personal, unseen by most, became testimonies to human resilience. For those who witnessed the courtyard from afar, the black wall represented something beyond physical reality. It became a symbol of the absolute power the camp held over life. Prisoners did not need to see the wall directly to feel its presence. When someone was taken to Block 11, the whispers that followed often carried the weight of fear mixed with sorrow. People learned to recognize signs, an increased guard presence, a quietness near the block, the slow march of shadows across the courtyard that suggested someone might be facing the wall. The uneasy knowledge spread silently throughout Auschwitz. In the barracks, prisoners exchanged glances rather than words. In work details, conversations faltered when Block 11 came into view. During roll call, hearts tightened when someone was named and taken away. The black wall's influence became an invisible thread connecting everyone inside the camp. A constant reminder of how fragile life could be, how quickly circumstances could shift, how quietly finality could arrive. Yet, there was something else inside the courtyard that few speak of, but survivors mentioned quietly. Moments of solidarity that defied the wall's purpose. When prisoners sensed that an execution was occurring, many paused whatever task they were doing. Those near the windows stopped moving. Those outdoors lowered their heads. Those marching slowed their steps ever so slightly. Even though the wall separated the living from the condemned, a silent connection formed between them, one rooted in empathy, sorrow, and unspoken acknowledgement. Such gestures may seem small, but inside Auschwitz, where almost every expression was monitored or punished, these silent acts of shared mourning carried immense power. They revealed something deeply human surviving beneath the layers of fear. In a place engineered to dismantle community, empathy persisted, compassion persisted, memory persisted. For survivors, visiting the Black Wall after liberation was a moment of profound reckoning. Standing again in the courtyard, now emptied of guards and prisoners, they often described a strange stillness, different from the oppressive silence of the past. The wall no longer held the imminent threat of death, yet its presence still carried the memory of what it had witnessed. Some touched the wall gently, their hands trembling. Others stood in quiet reflection, allowing memories to surface. Some spoke the names of loved ones or friends lost to its shadow. Some found themselves unable to speak at all. The Black Wall, over time, became not only a symbol of fear, but a symbol of remembrance. A surface once used to erase voices transformed into a place where voices returned, softly, through stories, testimonies, and memories shared across generations. And in that transformation, something remarkable occurred. A place once used to end lives became a place that helped preserve them in memory. The wall that once consumed sound now stands as a testament to lives that mattered, lives that loved, lives that endured more than words can express. The wall that once absorbed light now reflects a different kind of illumination, the illumination of remembrance, of resilience, of the quiet power of human dignity even in the darkest of places. Chapter 11: Stories of Survival. Echoes from those who endured Block 11. Survival inside Block 11 was rare, yet the stories of those who lived through its shadows became some of the most powerful echoes left behind after the war. These stories were not loud or dramatic. They were quiet, steady, and often told years later in voices that trembled not from weakness but from the weight of memory. The survivors of Block 11 did not emerge unscarred, yet they carried with them a kind of resilience that allowed the world to understand the depth of human endurance in a place designed to extinguish it. It is difficult to describe what it meant to survive Block 11, because survival was not a singular event. It was a series of moments strung together, each one shaped by fear, uncertainty, and a fragile flicker of inner strength. Some survivors spoke of how they endured by focusing on the smallest details, a pattern in the bricks, a faint glimmer of light under the cell door, the sound of a distant step that reminded them others were still alive nearby. In a space where hope was scarce, these details became anchors, helping them maintain their connection to reality. One survivor recalled that the silence of Block 11 was the hardest part to bear. It was not the peaceful silence of a calm night, but a heavy, oppressive quiet that seemed to press down on the mind. In that silence, thoughts grew loud. Memories resurfaced with startling clarity. Fear expanded until it filled every corner of the cell. And yet, the survivor said it was in this silence that he discovered the strength of his own mind. He repeated the same prayer over and over, not because he was certain of deliverance, but because the rhythm of the words gave him something to hold on to, a thread of continuity in a place where time fractured. Another survivor spoke of how she counted her breaths during long hours in the cell. Each breath became a reminder that she was still present, still alive, still capable of enduring one more moment. She said that survival inside Block 11 did not happen by thinking in days or hours, but by breaking time into tiny fragments, breaths, heartbeats, seconds. You don't survive the whole thing, she said. You survive one moment, then another, and then another. This approach to survival, finding strength in the small, fragile moments, became a common theme in many of the stories shared after the war. It was never an act of defiance in the traditional sense. It was something quieter, a refusal to let despair consume the last flicker of identity. In a place where everything was stripped away, freedom, family, food, warmth, the survivors held on to the few things that could not be taken: memory, imagination, and the faint but stubborn spark of inner will. Some survivors described how they created mental routines to steady themselves. One man recited mathematical equations he remembered from school. Another mentally reconstructed the layout of his childhood home, imagining every room, every window, every piece of furniture. A woman described picturing her mother's hands as she cooked, recalling the details with such clarity that she could almost smell the aroma of the kitchen. These mental exercises were not distractions, they were lifelines. They kept the mind active, connected to the world outside the walls, preventing the silence from swallowing their sense of self. Survivors also spoke of the delicate, almost invisible forms of human connection that existed inside Block 11. A soft tap on the wall, a faint whisper through cracks in the bricks, the rustle of movement from the cell next door. These sounds reminded prisoners that they were not alone, that others were enduring the same darkness, the same fear. One survivor said that hearing another prisoner breathe was enough to keep him grounded. It was the sound of life, he said. It meant the world had not ended. Sometimes, guards unintentionally created moments of psychological relief. A brief pause in footsteps, a shift in tone, an unexpected delay in punishment. Small lapses in routine that allowed prisoners to imagine that not everything in the world was absolute. These moments, though fleeting, prevented the environment from becoming entirely hopeless. They created cracks in the overwhelming certainty of suffering, and through those cracks, a thin ray of belief could enter. Survivors often emphasized that their endurance was not rooted in extraordinary courage, but in the simple desire to see another day, another morning, another sliver of sky. Hope was not always bright. Often it was faint, a thread thin enough to break under the slightest weight. But even faint hope could sustain a person when nothing else remained. One woman remembered imagining her daughter's face every time despair threatened to consume her. She would close her eyes, summon the memory, and breathe slowly until the panic passed. That memory kept me alive, she said softly. It was the only warmth I had. There were also unexpected moments of clarity inside Block 11. Moments when prisoners realized that even in the darkest corners of the camp, something deeply human persisted. One survivor recalled hearing someone hum a tune late one night. The sound was soft, barely audible through the walls, but it carried a rhythm that lifted his spirits for reasons he could not explain. It was a reminder, he said, that music still existed somewhere in the world, even if only in our minds. Another survivor described watching a faint beam of light move across the floor of his cell during the early hours of the morning. The light came from a narrow gap near the ceiling, no more than a sliver, but it shifted slowly as the sun rose. That shifting light became his clock, his measure of time, his proof that the world outside Block 11 was still turning. As long as the sun moved, he said, I believed I might see it fully again one day. Survival in Block 11 was not a triumph of strength, but of endurance. It was the ability to hold on to something, anything, that reminded the prisoner they were still human. And though many did not survive, the stories of those who did became powerful testaments to what the human spirit can endure when the world around it offers nothing but darkness. Survival inside Block 11 rarely meant walking away unmarked. Even those who managed to endure its cells, its interrogations, its suffocating silence, carried with them memories that lingered long after liberation. In the years following the war, the survivors who spoke about their time in Block 11 did so with voices that wavered not from uncertainty, but from the emotional weight of recalling an experience that had reshaped their understanding of life, fear, and human strength. These stories, woven from soft-spoken recollections, became some of the most meaningful testaments to resilience the world would ever know. Many survivors described how emerging from Block 11, whether after days, weeks, or longer, felt like returning from a different realm entirely, as though they had stepped out of a place suspended between life and disappearance. One man recounted that the first breath of outdoor air after his confinement felt unreal, so crisp and full that it almost overwhelmed him. The air of the courtyard, even though it came from within the same camp, carried a lightness his lungs had forgotten. He remembered standing still for several seconds, simply breathing, as though relearning the rhythm of life. Another survivor described the shock of sunlight after the darkness of the lower cells. The brightness felt like a physical sensation, warming his skin in gentle pulses. For a moment, he closed his eyes and let the light rest on his face, imagining he stood somewhere entirely different: a field, a street in his hometown, a window bathed in morning sun. That fleeting moment of warmth, he later said, felt like a gift he had not expected to receive. Yet survival did not end with stepping out of Block 11. In many ways, it was only the beginning of a new struggle. The memories of what happened inside the block continued to echo through survivors' lives. Some found themselves unable to sleep in complete darkness, preferring to keep a lamp or candle lit in their rooms for the rest of their lives. Others felt uneasy in small spaces, closets, basements, even narrow hallways. Their bodies remembered the confined cells too vividly, responding with racing hearts and trembling hands even decades later. But among these memories were moments that survivors held close, not because they were pleasant, but because they revealed something profound about humanity in the face of overwhelming cruelty. These were moments of unexpected kindness, small gestures that seemed almost miraculous inside a place like Block 11.1. Survivor recalled that during a brief transfer between cells, he locked eyes with another prisoner being escorted down the same corridor. The encounter lasted only a second, and no words were exchanged, but the look they shared carried a depth of understanding that felt stronger than any spoken language. In that gaze, he said, I felt a reminder that I was not truly alone. That moment sustained him through the days that followed. Another spoke of a fellow prisoner tapping a gentle rhythm on the wall late at night. The tapping was barely audible, just a soft sequence repeated over and over, but it communicated something essential: that there was another person nearby, awake, enduring the same darkness. The rhythm became a lifeline, a quiet connection that helped him stay anchored when despair felt too heavy to bear. Acts of compassion, though rare and often risky, occurred in ways that surprised even those who witnessed them. A prisoner might share a whispered word of encouragement through a crack between bricks. Another might press a small scrap of cloth into a neighbor's hand during the few moments they stood outside their cells. Even sharing a memory, a brief description of a favorite song, a family meal, or a childhood scene, became an act of resistance, reminding everyone involved that life existed beyond the block's walls. For many survivors, memory itself became a tool of endurance. They held on to fragments of their past with deliberate care, using them as inner shields against the bleakness that surrounded them. Some recited poems silently, word by word, Others remembered the rhythm of familiar songs, humming under their breath so quietly it could never be heard. A few called to mind their loved ones with extraordinary detail, imagining every line of a parent's face, every gesture of a child, every smile of a spouse. These memories were fragile flames in a cold place, but they kept the darkness from becoming absolute. In the years after liberation, survivors struggled with how much of their experience to share. Speaking of Block 11 was painful. Many felt that words could never fully capture what the cells were like, what the silence felt like, what the fear inside that building did to a person. Some remained silent for decades, choosing to carry their memories privately. Others spoke gradually, allowing small pieces of their experience to emerge, often in quiet conversations with family or in interviews recorded for historical preservation. Those who did speak often explained that they shared their stories not for themselves, but for the world, to make sure that what happened in Block 11 would never be forgotten or repeated. Their voices carried a quiet strength, shaped by suffering but not defined by it. They spoke with a calmness that made their accounts even more powerful, revealing how deeply the human spirit can endure even in places where it is tested relentlessly. One survivor described visiting Auschwitz many years later, long after the war had ended. Standing before Block 11, he felt a rush of memories, fear, sorrow, but also an unexpected sense of gratitude for the fact that he had survived. He touched the cold brick of the exterior wall gently, as though reacquainting himself with a part of his past. He said that in that moment, he felt not only the weight of what he had lived through, but also the strength that had carried him to that point in his life. Another survivor, when asked how she endured Block 11, answered with a simple yet profound statement: "I held on to myself." She had endured interrogations, hunger, isolation, and fear, yet she refused to surrender the essence of who she was. Even in moments when she could barely speak, barely think, barely breathe, she reminded herself of her name, her family, her dreams. If they could not take that, she said, then they did not win. These stories of survival became beacons, quiet, steady lights illuminating the darkest parts of history. They taught the world that even in places constructed to strip away humanity, people found ways to preserve it. They whispered of resilience not as a dramatic triumph, but as a series of gentle, persistent choices, a thought held close, a breath taken with intention, a memory recalled in the dark. And in these stories, Block 11, once a place of despair, became something else as well, a reminder of the indestructible strength that lives within the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable darkness. Chapter 12: The Aftermath Within the Camp. How Block 11 Shaped Auschwitz's Fear. Block 11 was not just a building. It was a shadow cast over the entire camp. Its influence seeped into every corner of Auschwitz, altering not only the behavior of the prisoners, but the emotional fabric of daily life. Even for those who never stepped anywhere near its cells, the presence of Block 11 shaped their thoughts, their movements, and their sense of what was possible within the camp. It became an unspoken rulebook, a silent warning, a reminder of consequences that lived just beyond the reach of sight. From the moment prisoners entered Auschwitz, whispers of Block 11 spread quickly. These whispers did not come as warnings from officials, but as quiet fragments shared between prisoners who understood the camp better than anyone. A name spoken with lowered eyes, a brief gesture toward the building's distant silhouette, a hushed mention that someone was taken there last night. These small signals carried heavy meaning. They formed the first layer of understanding. That Block 11 was a place where ordinary punishment ended and something far more severe began. The building stood on the edge of daily routines, visible but distant enough to feel mysterious. Its windows, often dark, seemed to stare across the camp. Its heavy walls appeared thicker than those of the surrounding blocks. Even the air around the building felt different, still, cold, and unsettling. Prisoners walking past it often quickened their steps without realizing it, as if their bodies reacted instinctively to a danger too profound to name. From a distance, Block 11 looked like any other building in the row, yet to those who knew its purpose, it seemed darker, heavier, and more unforgiving. The influence of Block 11 reached into communal areas, quietly shaping the way prisoners interacted. Harsh punishments for even minor offenses created a ripple effect throughout the camp. Conversations became quieter. Movements became more cautious. Even expressions changed. Faces turned neutral, eyes downcast, emotions carefully hidden. Prisoners learned quickly that anything that drew attention could bring them under suspicion, and suspicion could lead to Block 11. This atmosphere of fear did not require constant reminders. The building itself was enough. Its silence was its message. Its presence alone created an invisible pressure that settled into the daily rhythm of the camp. People did not need to be told explicitly what the building represented. They felt it through the tension in their bodies, through the whispers of others, through the knowledge of those who had entered it and never returned. Roll call, which was already a moment of anxiety for every prisoner, carried an added layer of dread because of Block 11. When a name was called unexpectedly, a sudden hush settled over the crowd. Prisoners who had been speaking in soft whispers froze mid-sentence. Those standing nearby exchanged brief, fearful glances. Everyone wondered the same thing. Was this person being transferred to another work detail, or were they being taken toward the building that cast its shadow over their days? Sometimes the reason became clear immediately. Other times, the uncertainty lingered long after the person disappeared from sight. Work details also felt Block 11's influence. Prisoners who labored near the building often found themselves stealing quick, fearful glances toward its walls. On certain days, the building looked almost ordinary. On others, especially when the air was still and the sky gray, it seemed to radiate a quiet heaviness, as though the stories within its walls pressed outward, affecting even those who worked far away. A prisoner might catch the distant motion of guards entering or exiting the building. They might see a door open briefly before shutting again. These fleeting observations carried tremendous weight, sparking anxious whispers at night in the barracks. Block 11 also created a strange hierarchy of fear inside the camp. For many, the everyday punishments, forced labor, starvation, exposure to the elements, were terrible enough. But Block 11 loomed as something separate, a destination where rules disappeared entirely. The building represented an extreme, a final boundary beyond which safety, however fragile, no longer existed. This understanding changed how prisoners interacted with authority. A shouted command from a guard carried not just the threat of immediate punishment, but the potential of being sent to Block 11. The possibility hung over every moment like an invisible noose. Even the guards behaved differently in the vicinity of the building. Their steps grew sharper, their eyes more alert. They spoke less, as if the atmosphere demanded a different kind of discipline. Prisoners noticed this shift. They sensed that even those in power regarded Block 11 with a peculiar seriousness, recognizing that the building held a purpose beyond normal camp operations. It was a place where interrogations occurred behind thick walls, where decisions were made far from the ordinary routines of the camp. This perception added to the building's mystique, deepening the sense of dread that surrounded it. The rumor network among prisoners thrived on small details. Someone might have seen a group of prisoners escorted into Block 11 with their heads lowered. Another might have glimpsed guards carrying documents or equipment inside. Someone else might have overheard a brief phrase from an official, a hint that an execution could be scheduled. None of these details created a full picture, yet combined, they formed an emotional landscape that weighed heavily on everyone. Block 11 did not need to speak. The prisoners spoke for it, filling in the silence with fear and imagination. Nighttime brought an even sharper awareness. The camp, already quiet, sometimes fell into a deeper silence when prisoners believed something was happening inside Block 11. The creak of footsteps on gravel, the faint thud of a door closing, or the distant glow of light from the building's windows created a suspense that residents of nearby blocks felt in their bones. Some lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for hints of what was unfolding. Others prayed quietly under their blankets, hoping that someone they knew was not among those experiencing the building's deepest horrors. And yet, in an environment shaped so profoundly by fear, Block 11 also played a strange role in strengthening the bonds between prisoners. The very terror it represented sometimes pushed individuals closer together. Whispered warnings, shared glances, small acts of kindness. These gestures gained new meaning in the presence of such overwhelming cruelty. Even minor acts of empathy became forms of resistance, ways to remind one another that humanity could persist even in a place that tried to erase its mere existence. Block 11 altered the rhythm of Auschwitz. It shaped conversations, influenced decisions, and carved fear into the camp's daily routines. It became a symbol of everything that could be taken from a person: freedom, hope, dignity, and also a symbol of everything prisoners desperately tried to preserve. The building stood as a constant reminder that danger lived not only in the open yards, not only in the watchtowers, but within walls so silent they seemed to breathe with the memories of those who had passed through them. As the months turned into years, Block 11's shadow did not fade. It deepened, threading itself into every aspect of camp life. What happened inside the building's walls was known only in fragments. Yet those fragments were enough to shape the rhythms, silences, and emotions of tens of thousands of prisoners. Block 11 did not need to be seen every day to influence the camp. Its presence lingered in every whispered conversation, in every cautious glance toward the main road, in every tremor of uncertainty that spread when guards changed their pace or voices lowered unexpectedly. For many prisoners, the fear associated with Block 11 was not born from direct experience, but from the stories passed quietly between bunkmates. These stories changed slightly with each retelling, but their emotional essence remained the same. That Block 11 was a place where the normal boundaries of suffering were exceeded. Even those who doubted the accuracy of a particular rumor felt the weight of the collective fear. In a place where information was scarce, emotion often filled the gaps. Some prisoners avoided even speaking the building's name. They referred to it indirectly: the place at the end of the row, the building with the closed windows, or simply there. These euphemisms grew into part of camp culture, a shared language built to navigate dread without naming it too directly. Naming something gave it shape, and giving it shape made it feel closer, more real, more threatening. So Block 11 remained partly unnamed, a presence that hung over the camp like an unspoken rule. This fear manifested in thousands of small behaviors. Prisoners walking near the block kept their eyes lowered. They moved quickly, even if they were exhausted, sensing instinctively that lingering was dangerous. Some refused to look in the direction of its heavy doors. Others could not help but glance toward it, as if compelled by the very fear they tried to suppress. In the barracks, when the topic arose, voices lowered automatically. Even during the quiet exchanges of night, When everything felt softer and more forgiving, Block 11's name struck a chord of tension. The building's impact extended into the daily routines of work. Prisoners assigned to labor near its perimeter described an atmosphere that felt different from the rest of the camp. The silence around the block seemed thicker, the air more still. Even the guards patrolling nearby moved with sharper precision, as though the building demanded a stricter kind of discipline. Sometimes, prisoners caught glimpses of officials entering or exiting Block 11 with papers, keys, or tight expressions. These moments, though brief, sent waves of unease through the camp. What were the officials planning? Who had been summoned? Had someone disappeared overnight? Even when nothing happened visibly, the absence of activity became ominous in its own way. A quiet day around Block 11 meant nothing had occurred, or it meant something had happened behind closed doors, unheard and unseen. Both possibilities were terrifying. The emotional effect of Block 11 was not restricted to fear. It also produced a strange, paradoxical sense of unity among prisoners. In the face of such concentrated cruelty, people found strength in subtle acts of solidarity. A fellow prisoner might offer a comforting glance when someone was summoned unexpectedly. Another might share a brief, whispered blessing for someone facing interrogation. These moments, small as they were, helped preserve humanity in an environment that constantly tried to strip it away. That a prisoner once described how, on nights when they sensed something terrible occurring in Block 11, everyone in the barracks slept more lightly. They lay awake, listening to the faintest hints of movement outside. Even the wind felt different on such nights, carrying something heavy across the camp. No one spoke, yet everyone felt connected by the shared awareness of an unspoken grief. In this strange quiet, prisoners recognized how deeply Block 11 had entwined itself with their collective psyche. The building's walls did not contain suffering. They radiated it in ways that transcended distance. Occasionally, a prisoner returned from Block 11. These returns were rare, and each one reshaped the emotional landscape of the camp. When someone reappeared after interrogation, other prisoners studied their face carefully, searching for signs of what had happened inside. Sometimes the returning prisoner spoke little, their silence heavier than any explanation. Other times, they shared fragments, never the full story, never with complete clarity, but enough to deepen the camp's understanding of the building's reach. That a survivor once recounted that seeing someone return from Block 11 gave both hope and fear. Hope, because it proved that return was possible. Fear, because the returned prisoner often looked different, quieter, more fragile, carrying a shadow in their expression that suggested something had changed inside them. This duality became part of Block 11's emotional fabric. It was a place that swallowed certainty, altered personalities, and left marks that could not be erased. The guards themselves contributed to the building's fearful aura. Most avoided discussing what happened inside Block 11, even among their own ranks. Some displayed a rigid, mechanical indifference, performing their duties with the same cold precision each day. Others seemed uneasy, glancing toward the windows as though they, too, felt the weight of the place. Prisoners noticed these hints. When those in power acted differently around a building, those with no power at all understood immediately that something profound lay within its walls. Nightfall heightened everything. As darkness settled across the camp, Block 11 appeared even more foreboding. Its shape blended with the shadows, forming a silhouette that felt larger, deeper, almost alive. Prisoners waking in the night often found their eyes drifting toward its outline, even if they could barely see it. The stillness surrounding the block took on a different tone, a kind of waiting silence that felt impossible to ignore. On nights when the courtyard was being used, Even without seeing or hearing what occurred, prisoners sensed it. A heaviness settled over the barracks. The air felt colder. The sky above Block 11 seemed darker than the rest of the horizon. This intuitive awareness, shared by hundreds simultaneously, spoke to the emotional power the building held over the camp. It was not only a physical location, it was a psychological presence that pressed into the minds of all who lived within Auschwitz's fences. Over time, Block 11 became a central symbol of the camp's cruelty. It represented the final step in the machinery of fear that governed every aspect of life inside Auschwitz. And yet, paradoxically, it also revealed the deep resilience of the prisoners who endured its shadow. Even as the building shaped their behavior, they found ways to preserve parts of themselves through memories, glances, whispered words, acts of kindness. Block 11 did not destroy the human spirit entirely. It tested it, it wounded it, it scarred it. But the very existence of survivors and the very stories they carried proved that the spirit, though shaken, could persist even beneath the darkest shadow the camp could cast. Chapter 13: The Liberation and Testimonies. Voices that broke the wall. When liberation finally came to Auschwitz, it was not marked by triumphant shouts or the sudden rush of freedom. It arrived quietly, hesitantly, like the first fragile light of dawn after a night that seemed endless. The prisoners who emerged from the camp on that cold January day in 1945 walked forward not with celebration, but with a kind of stunned disbelief. Many could barely stand, their bodies weakened by years of deprivation. Others moved slowly, as though afraid that stepping too quickly might shatter the fragile reality unfolding before them. For those who had survived Block 11, those who had endured its cells, its silence, its interrogations, and its shadow, the moment of liberation felt almost impossible to comprehend. Block 11 stood still in the center of the camp that day, its windows dark, its walls as silent as ever. The building did not change simply because the guards had fled. It retained its stillness, its heaviness, its haunting presence. Yet the meaning of its silence shifted. No longer did it represent the looming threat of punishment or the finality of the Black Wall. Instead, it became a monument to suffering endured, a container for memories too deep to unravel all at once. Survivors approached the block differently after liberation. Some avoided it entirely, unable to look upon the place that had stolen so much from them. Others were drawn to it, walking slowly along its perimeter, tracing their fingers against the cold brick as though reacquainting themselves with a part of their own story. They stood before the entrance, studying the door that had once represented terror. They looked up at the windows that had once concealed unimaginable cruelty. Some stared into the courtyard in quiet reflection, sensing the weight of voices that had been silenced there. A few survivors entered the building again, cautiously, their footsteps echoing softly through the halls. They moved through the corridors with a strange mixture of fear and courage, revisiting the spaces that had once held them captive. The cells felt smaller than they remembered. The walls seemed thicker. The air, though cold, carried a different kind of stillness, one no longer charged with dread, but with memory. Survivors described feeling as though the building itself were holding its breath, waiting for someone to acknowledge the stories it contained. When the first testimonies of Block 11 began to emerge, they came not as structured accounts, but as fragments, soft, trembling details offered by individuals whose voices had been quieted for too long. Some survivors spoke hesitantly, worried that no one would believe the extent of what they had endured. Others struggled to find the words at all, pausing often as memories surfaced unexpectedly. Their testimonies were not rehearsed. They were raw, imperfect, Deeply human. Point one survivor described stepping out of his cell for the last time and seeing the sky with a clarity he had never experienced before. The clouds seemed brighter. The air tasted different. The world felt infinitely larger than the narrow walls that had confined him. For a moment, he said, I could not believe it was real. I felt as though I were dreaming with my eyes open. Another survivor spoke of the strange silence that followed the departure of the guards. For years, she had lived with constant fear. Fear of footsteps, fear of keys turning in locks, fear of being summoned. When that fear suddenly evaporated, she felt disoriented. It was like hearing the absence of something that had been with me for so long, she explained. A part of me kept waiting for the sound to return. Testimonies often included descriptions of the mental shift that occurred after liberation. Many survivors found it difficult to understand that no punishment awaited them for speaking, moving, or breathing freely. Some stepped cautiously, as though the walls of the camp might close in again. Others found themselves whispering even after they were outside the gates, as if raising their voices might disturb something fragile and sacred. As survivors found their voices, they began to share the details of Block 11 with the world. They described the overwhelming darkness of the basement cells, the suffocating stillness of the standing cells, the slow agony of hunger, and the crushing fear of interrogations. They spoke of the courtyard executions carried out in eerie silence. They spoke of the black wall, how it loomed, how it absorbed light, how it represented a final threshold they prayed never to reach. But near these stories of terror were also stories of remarkable endurance. Survivors remembered moments when another prisoner whispered a few comforting words, even at great risk. They recalled the sound of someone tapping gently on a shared wall in the middle of the night, sending a message of solidarity through the silence. They remembered drawing strength from memories of home, from prayers repeated in the darkness, from the simple desire to see another sunrise. For many, speaking about Block 11 became a way to reclaim their narrative, to ensure that the building's silence would not swallow their stories as it had once swallowed their voices. Some spoke publicly for the rest of their lives, educating generations about the horrors they had endured. Others shared their memories only with their families, in quiet conversations around kitchen tables or during late-night reflections. These intimate testimonies, though not recorded formally, carried a profound power. They bridged the gap between the past and the present, ensuring that the memory of Block 11 lived on through the hearts of loved ones as the years passed. Survivors continued to revisit their memories of Block 11, sometimes willingly, sometimes reluctantly. For some, the act of remembering was painful yet necessary, a way to honor those who did not survive. For others, the memories remained locked away, too heavy to touch. And yet, whether spoken or unspoken, every memory added to the collective understanding of what Block 11 represented, a symbol of cruelty, but also of resilience. The liberation of Auschwitz did not erase the trauma of Block 11. It did not soften the echoes or brighten the shadows within its walls, but it did give survivors the freedom to transform those echoes into testimonies. These testimonies, fragile yet powerful, became the voices that finally broke the silence of Block 11, revealing to the world the strength of those who endured its darkest corners. In the months and years following liberation, survivors of Block 11 began the long and complex process of giving shape to memories that had existed in silence for far too long. Many found themselves facing an emotional challenge they had not anticipated: the difficulty of expressing experiences that felt too vast, too heavy, too intertwined with fear to be captured easily in words. Block 11 had been a world with its own laws, its own logic, and its own rhythm of suffering. Translating this world into testimony required a courage that felt different from the courage needed to survive it. For some survivors, the first attempt to speak came unexpectedly. A question from a friend, a moment of quiet during a family gathering, a sudden image brought back by a scent, a sound, or a memory half buried. In these fragile moments, a story would begin to surface, hesitantly at first, with pauses and trembling phrases. Survivors often describe these early attempts as opening a door a few millimeters, as if they were afraid that letting memories pour out too quickly would overwhelm them. And so, the stories emerged slowly, like small ripples unsettling a still surface. One survivor described how difficult it was to explain the silence of Block 11 to someone who had never seen it. Silence, he said, is not just the absence of sound. It becomes something you feel in your bones. He tried to explain how he used to wake in the middle of the night, convinced that the silence itself had weight, that it pressed against his chest, that it seemed to watch him. Yet putting those feelings into words decades later felt almost impossible. How do you explain a silence that felt alive? He asked softly. How do you make someone understand a fear that had no sound? Another survivor struggled to describe the emotional contradictions that existed inside Block 11. She spoke of waking each morning with a strange mixture of dread and determination. She feared the day ahead, yet she also felt an inexplicable urge to continue living through it. Every morning, she said, I would tell myself, live just until tonight. And at night, I would say, live just until morning. This method of breaking time into manageable pieces, small, breathable fragments, became a common thread in many testimonies. Some survivors feared that their stories would be met with disbelief. They had lived in an environment so extreme, so far removed from the ordinary logic of daily life, that describing it felt like recounting a nightmare too vast to be accepted as reality. The strangeness of this worry, fearing disbelief even when telling the truth, became another shadow left behind by Block 11. Yet as more testimonies emerged, survivors slowly realized that they were not alone in this fear. Their voices began to form a collective truth, each testimony strengthening the others. As the decades passed, survivors grew more willing to share their memories, not because the pain diminished, but because they believed their stories were essential. They wanted the world to understand what had happened in Block 11, not just to remember the suffering, but to remember the people who endured it. They wanted to speak the names of friends who never left the building. They wanted future generations to know that those who died were not faceless shadows, but individuals with dreams, families, laughter, and identities that were never meant to be forgotten. One survivor recalled describing the standing cells to his grandchildren for the first time. He spoke quietly, choosing his words with care, mindful of their young ages. He explained how prisoners endured cramped spaces, how time moved differently inside the darkness, and how silence could feel like a second prison layered over the first. When he finished, there was a long pause. His granddaughter finally whispered, "How did you survive something like that?" He thought for a long while before answering. "I survived," he said, "because someone else in the cell next to me tapped 3 times on the wall. And I knew that meant, I am here." Sometimes, that's enough to keep a person alive. Moments of connection like this became a recurring theme in testimonies. Survivors remembered the tiniest acts of kindness more vividly than the cruelty they endured. A gesture, a whispered word, a shared prayer. These details shaped the narrative of Block 11 in profound ways. The building had been designed as a place of despair, yet within its walls lived stories of solidarity that defied its purpose. With time, many survivors made the difficult decision to return to Auschwitz. They walked through the camp with eyes that saw everything differently. Some stood in front of Block 11 for long minutes before approaching the door. They traced their fingers over the rough brick. They touched the cold metal of the entrance handle. A few stepped inside, only to pause, overwhelmed by the feeling that time had folded in on itself. The walls seemed unchanged. The air still carried the same stillness. Yet now, they entered as witnesses, not as prisoners. For some, returning brought a sense of closure. For others, it reopened wounds they thought had healed. Yet almost all agreed that standing before Block 11 as free individuals carried a power they had never expected. One survivor said, "When I stood in the courtyard, I realized I had taken back something from this place. My voice, my life, my future." Museums and memorial sites began recording testimonies, ensuring that the voices of survivors would echo through time. These recordings became powerful tools of remembrance. Visitors listened to trembling words spoken decades after the events, yet still heavy with emotion. They heard stories of fear, yes, but also stories of unexpected strength, stories that transformed Block 11 from a place of silence into a place of truth. Today, these testimonies form the emotional foundation of Block 11's legacy. They are the voices that broke the silence, the voices that reclaimed the narrative, the voices that refused to let the building's darkness be its only story. Through them, Block 11 is remembered not only as a place of suffering, but as a place where courage quietly endured, breath by breath, moment by moment, until liberation finally arrived. Chapter 14. Approaching the End. The final days of Block 11. As the final months of Auschwitz approached, the atmosphere inside the camp began to shift in ways that were subtle at first, but unmistakable to those who had lived there long enough to sense every change in tone, routine, and movement. Block 11, once the heart of silence and dread, felt its own transformation, quiet, gradual, like the fading of a long-held breath. The building did not lose its fearsome reputation, nor did the cruel functions inside its walls suddenly cease. But something in the air began to change, as though the structure itself sensed the unraveling of a system that had once seemed unshakable. The distant thunder of gunfire, the tremble of the ground beneath boots that no longer marched with the same certainty, the shifting expressions on the faces of guards. All these signs were noticed by prisoners first. They became aware that the war was turning, that the world outside was drawing closer. For many, this awareness sparked a mixture of fragile hope and deep caution. Hope, because liberation felt possible for the first time. Caution, because uncertainty often brought increased danger. Prisoners in the main camp watched the guards carefully, noting their hurried movements and their lowered voices. The officers who once strode through the grounds with cold confidence suddenly appeared tense, their shoulders tight, their steps faster. Conversations between guards grew shorter, filled with sharp tones and clipped sentences. Even the dogs seemed to sense something different, barking more frequently at sounds from beyond the camp's borders. Block 11 reflected this tension in its own way. Its windows remained closed, its doors tightly sealed, but the rhythms inside changed. Prisoners reported that interrogations grew more aggressive, yet also more hurried. Guards moved with a sense of urgency that had never existed before, as though time itself had become an enemy pressing against the walls of the block. The building's silence no longer felt merely oppressive. It felt strained, as though holding onto the last remnants of a system beginning to unravel. The basement cells, once filled with steady rotation, began to empty sporadically. Some prisoners who had been held for extended periods were suddenly moved without explanation. Others vanished from their cells overnight. Rumors swirled through the camp. Were the guards trying to erase evidence? Were they transporting prisoners to other camps? Were they accelerating brutal punishments in desperation? No one knew for certain, but everyone felt the tension tightening around them. One survivor recalled that during those final weeks, the air inside Block 11 felt thicker than ever. Every sound seemed amplified: the clink of keys, the closing of doors, the distant hum of engines. Yet beneath these sounds lay a deeper stillness, one shaped not by the calculated silence of the past, but by uncertainty. It felt, he said, as though the building itself was listening. Even though the outside world was drawing nearer, the prisoners inside Block 11 had little sense of what was truly happening beyond the camp fences. They caught fragments of conversations, heard distant artillery from the direction of the front, and sensed panic creeping into the behavior of the guards. But the exact details remained hidden from them, filtered through walls that had always kept out light, sound, and truth. The fear of sudden violence grew sharper during this time. Many prisoners feared that as the camp neared collapse, the guards might resort to desperate measures. These fears were not unfounded, as other camps had experienced brutal actions in their final days. Inside Block 11, prisoners lay awake through the nights, listening for footsteps, keys, or any sign that the end might bring danger before it brought liberation. Yet, even amidst fear, glimmers of quiet courage emerged in profound ways. Some prisoners whispered prayers more often, anchoring themselves in the only comfort they could find. Others silently held memories of loved ones closer than ever, reminding themselves that the world outside the camp might still hold life and warmth. A few found strength in the presence of those around them, knowing that even a single shared glance in the dim halls of Block 11 could help steady a trembling heart. One of the most haunting aspects of these final days was the behavior of the guards within Block 11. Their certainty had evaporated. Those who once carried out their duties with chilling confidence now appeared distracted, sometimes looking over their shoulders as though expecting someone or something to confront them. Files were moved hurriedly. Papers disappeared. Items within the interrogation rooms were removed or rearranged. Even the execution courtyard grew quiet, its gate opening less often as time drew closer to the inevitable. From the perspective of the prisoners, this shift created a surreal atmosphere. Block 11, which had functioned with ruthless precision for years, now felt disorganized, unsettled. The meticulous order that once defined it had begun to crack. The fear that once came from absolute certainty now evolved into a different kind of fear. Fear born from unpredictability. One survivor recounted hearing guards speaking hurriedly outside her cell, their voices low but urgent. They mentioned the approaching front, the possibility of retreat, the arrival of new orders. She could not understand every word, but the tone told her everything she needed to know. The system that held them captive was collapsing. She pressed her ear to the cold wall, listening to every trembling syllable, knowing that history was unfolding just beyond the reach of her hands. As liberation approached, the prisoners in Block 11 found themselves caught between two extremes: the terror of what might be done to them in the camp's final hours, and the fragile hope that freedom lay just beyond the horizon. This emotional balance, fear in one hand, hope in the other, shaped those final days with an intensity survivors never forgot. When news finally reached the main camp that the guards were fleeing, that liberation was imminent, disbelief overcame many. The idea that Block 11, this heart of silence and punishment, might no longer hold power over them felt too immense to accept immediately. Some cried, some laughed softly, unsure if the sound was real. Others simply stood still, feeling the weight of years lift from their shoulders as though pulled away by an unseen hand. But liberation, even when it arrived at the gates, did not instantly undo the atmosphere that Block 11 had imposed on the camp. Its final days had woven themselves so deeply into the emotional memory of the prisoners that even freedom felt delicate, unfamiliar, as though it might vanish if one breathed too quickly. Block 11 remained standing, silent as ever, as the world outside finally broke through its shadows. It watched, in its own unmoving way, as survivors stepped into a future that had once seemed impossible, carrying with them the echoes of its walls, the weight of its silence, and the fragile hope that had finally found its way to them. In the final days leading up to liberation, the atmosphere around Block 11 grew more surreal than ever before. The building that had once represented absolute control now seemed suspended in a strange limbo, caught between a past defined by brutality and a future that none of the prisoners could fully imagine. This tension created an emotional landscape unlike anything the camp had experienced. It was as if the very air around Block 11 had thickened, heavy with uncertainty, waiting for a moment that everyone sensed but no one dared predict. The prisoners inside the block had become experts in reading the slightest changes in routine. Every shift in guard behavior, every unusual sound from outside, every irregularity in the schedule became a clue. In a place where information rarely traveled openly, intuition became a survival skill. During these last days, intuition spoke loudly. Some prisoners noticed that the guards seemed distracted as they walked the corridors. Their usual sharpness had dulled, their eyes flickering toward the camp's perimeter more often than toward the prisoners. Their steps, once purposeful, now carried an air of unease. At times, they spoke to each other in hurried tones, glancing nervously at the sky or at distant billows of smoke that signaled the movement of war. It was clear that something monumental was approaching to eye in the cells of Block 11. Prisoners felt this tension in every breath. Nights became restless not just because of fear, but because of anticipation, an anticipation so fragile that many suppressed it, unsure whether it was hope or another form of self-protection. Some lay awake listening for the sounds of artillery, wondering if each distant rumble signaled the approach of liberation or the possibility of violent retaliation. One survivor recalled the strange, emotional conflict of those days. "We could sense the end was near," he said, "but we didn't know if that end meant freedom or death." This duality became the defining emotional thread of the final days. The prisoners held hope delicately, like a fragile object that might shatter at any moment. The behavior of Block 11 itself also seemed to shift, though of course the building had no consciousness. Yet the atmosphere inside altered. The interrogations, once conducted with chilling precision, became hurried and chaotic. Guards rushed prisoners from cell to cell without explanation. Papers were shuffled, rooms were cleared, items were removed or destroyed. The polished cruelty that had defined the block's operations began to fray at the edges. Some prisoners were suddenly moved out of Block 11. Others were transferred to different parts of the camp or removed entirely, leaving behind cells that felt strangely echoing in their emptiness. Every movement raised questions. Were these transfers signs of panic? Were the guards trying to hide what had happened within the walls? Or were they executing final measures before fleeing? The unanswered questions added to the tension, making each hour feel stretched and uncertain. Through the small windows and cracks in the structure, prisoners occasionally saw glimpses of the outside world shifting as well. Smoke drifted across the sky in strange patterns. Trucks moved with unusual urgency. Groups of guards marched quickly across the yard, their faces tight and unsettled. The normal rhythm of the camp, so rigid and mechanical, began to collapse into something disordered An unpredictable point one prisoner remembered seeing a guard drop a set of keys in the hallway. It was a small moment, almost insignificant, yet it struck him deeply. Guards in Block 11 were famously precise. Their uniforms immaculate, their movements methodical, their behavior tightly controlled. But in that moment, the man watched as the guard fumbled to pick up the keys with trembling hands. It was the first time he realized that the people who had once appeared invincible were now afraid. Fear, once a tool wielded exclusively against prisoners, now seemed to have shifted direction. Even the courtyard outside Block 11, the same courtyard where silence had reigned for years, felt different in those final days. The stillness remained, but it was no longer a quiet shaped by control. Instead, it felt like the calm before a storm, as though the courtyard itself sensed an approaching change. The black wall, once a symbol of finality, now stood without its former certainty. The rituals that had once taken place there had slowed, then stopped altogether. Its silence felt unfamiliar, less like a threat, more like a pause. Inside the cells, prisoners prepared themselves in quiet, cautious ways. Some whispered final prayers. Others held on to memories of loved ones, names, faces, the warmth of a home far away. A few moved closer to the cell walls, pressing their palms against the cold surface, imagining that on the other side of that wall lay not another prisoner, but the future itself, waiting to unfold. One of the most emotional accounts from these days came from a woman who said she found herself humming a soft tune one night. She had not sung, not even quietly, for months, but something within her urged her to let the melody float into the darkness. The sound was barely audible, yet it carried with it a fragile hope, a reminder that despite the horrors of Block 11, she still possessed a part of herself that the camp had failed to extinguish. When she finished the tune, she noticed another prisoner tapping gently on the wall in response. It was a simple rhythm, yet it meant everything. It meant connection. It meant survival. As the final day approached, the camp stirred with an unfamiliar stillness. Some guards fled quickly. Others moved with frantic purpose. Prisoners were left in limbo, unsure whether liberation would arrive in the next hour or whether the camp's final moments would bring new danger. But liberation did come. And when it did, the walls of Block 11, once designed to hold fear, found themselves surrounding something entirely unexpected, the beginning of freedom. Prisoners stepped outside with trembling steps, the cold air stinging their skin, the open sky feeling impossibly vast. Some cried, some fell to their knees, some simply walked forward, letting each breath remind them that they had survived something the world would struggle to comprehend. Block 11 remained behind them, silent and still, no longer a place of authority but a monument to endurance. Its walls had held the darkest moments of their lives, yet now they stood as witnesses to the strength that carried each survivor into the light of liberation. Chapter 15: Memory and Legacy. What Block 11 became after the war, when the guns fell silent and the world began the slow process of confronting what had happened inside Auschwitz. Block 11 did not fade into obscurity. Instead, it became something entirely different from the role it had played during the war. The building that once embodied fear and silence slowly transformed into a place of remembrance, a structure where memory lived, where voices long suppressed could finally rise, and where the world could learn about both the depths of suffering and the remarkable resilience of the human spirit. In the months immediately following liberation, the camp stood eerily still. Snow drifted into the courtyards where prisoners had once lined up. The air carried a quiet that felt nothing like the controlled silence imposed by guards. It was the solemn quiet of a place trying to understand its own history. Block 11, standing among the rows of brick buildings, appeared unchanged physically, yet its presence felt profoundly altered. Without guards pacing its corridors, without prisoners trapped inside its cells, the building seemed to exhale for the first time in years. That it was during these early months that the first groups of liberators and investigators stepped inside Block 11. They moved cautiously through the cold hallways, opening doors that had once sealed in countless stories. The air inside the block was still and dense, as if the building itself had not yet adjusted to freedom. The walls carried stains of moisture, the floors bore marks of wear, and the rooms felt heavy with memory. Those who entered described a sensation that was not easy to articulate, a sense that the past lingered in every corner. The cells looked deceptively simple: bare walls, narrow benches, iron doors. Yet for those who understood what had taken place there, these simple elements became symbols. The standing cells in the basement, cramped and suffocatingly small, revealed their cruel purpose. The starvation cells showed the calculated coldness with which suffering had been administered. The courtyard outside, with its darkened execution wall, carried a silence that investigators later said felt unfinished, as though the ground itself remembered each moment that had occurred there. As survivors began returning to Auschwitz to testify or to honor those they had lost, Block 11 became a focal point of reflection. Some survivors approached it slowly, pausing several times before stepping inside. Others entered with determination, wanting to confront the space that had once tried to erase them. Many described feeling a strange mixture of grief and strength as they moved through the corridors. The building no longer held power over them, and this reclamation of space, moving through halls that had once confined them, became an act of profound personal courage. In the years that followed, historians, architects, and memorial planners grappled with the question of how to preserve Block 11. Should it remain untouched, frozen in time as a stark reminder? Should it be restored to prevent decay? Or should it be transformed into a curated exhibit? Ultimately, a balance emerged. Block 11 would be preserved with minimal alteration, allowing the building's raw authenticity to speak for itself. The rooms were cleared of debris, but not repaired beyond what was structurally necessary. The worn walls remained as they were. The heavy doors remained in place. Even the faint scratches and marks on the surfaces were preserved, recognized as traces of lives that had passed through the space. The intention was not to sensationalize suffering, but to honor it, allowing future generations to stand in the same spaces, feel the same cold air, and understand through experience what testimony alone might struggle to convey. As the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum was established, Block 11 became one of its most solemn locations. Visitors approached the building quietly, often instinctively lowering their voices as they stepped through its entrance. The narrow hallways, where footsteps echoed softly, created an atmosphere that encouraged reflection. The cells, dimly lit, offered glimpses into the living conditions of those once imprisoned there. The basement level, its air cooler, its shadows heavier, felt like an entirely separate world, a place where time had slowed and grief lingered in the walls. One of the most powerful parts of the Block 11 memorial was the courtyard. Standing before the black wall, many visitors described feeling an indescribable weight. The wall, preserved as respectfully as possible, bore no dramatic inscriptions. It did not need them. Its very presence conveyed everything. The finality faced by countless individuals, the silence that followed their last breaths, and the resilience of those who survived to tell their stories. Across the decades, survivors returned, sometimes alone, sometimes with family, sometimes with groups who wanted to understand history from those who had lived it. These visits were often quiet. Survivors walked with slow steps, touching the walls gently, or pausing in front of the cells where they had once stood. Some cried softly. Some remained silent, their eyes distant, remembering faces and voices now gone. Others spoke aloud, telling their children or grandchildren the stories they had carried in their hearts for years. For many, these visits were not only acts of remembrance, but acts of closure, a way to reclaim their voice in a place where it had once been forcibly taken. Block 11 also became a place for educators and researchers seeking to understand the mechanisms of oppression and resilience. Scholars studied the building's layout, the methods used within its walls, and the psychological effects of the environment. Their work added deeper context to the testimonies of survivors, allowing future generations to comprehend the broader system behind the cruelty. But no amount of research could replace the emotional impact of standing inside Block 11. The building itself remained the most powerful teacher, its cold floors, heavy doors, and silent corridors telling stories more eloquently than any written document. Over the years, ceremonies were held in Block 11's courtyard. Candlelight vigils illuminated the walls. Survivors lit memorial flames in honor of friends who had not lived to see liberation. Families placed small stones, flowers, and notes at the base of the black wall, each offering a quiet message of remembrance. These gestures, though simple, carried profound meaning. They transformed a space once associated with silence and suffering into one filled with quiet dignity and collective memory. Even now, decades after liberation, Block 11 continues to stand as a solemn reminder of what happened within its walls. It holds the stories of those who endured its darkness and those who never left it. It holds the lessons humanity must never forget. It holds the echoes of footsteps, whispers, prayers, and memories that linger in the air long after the last visitor has walked through. And yet, despite the sorrow woven into every corner, Block 11 has become something the prisoners who once feared it could have never imagined. A place where the world comes not to tremble, but to learn, to honor, and to promise, quietly, sincerely, and eternally, that such darkness will never be allowed to rise again. As time moved forward and the world entered a new era of reflection, Block 11 continued to evolve, not physically, for its walls remained much as they had been, but in the layers of meaning it gathered. Each year brought new visitors, new testimonies, new conversations, and new understandings. What once had been a place of punishment and terror slowly transformed into one of the most significant symbols of remembrance in modern history. Humanity looked upon Block 11 not as a relic of cruelty, but as an enduring reminder of resilience, sorrow, and the importance of bearing witness that in the decades following liberation, survivors and their families became some of the most important guardians of Block 11's memory. They returned not only to confront their past, but to teach the world about the dangers of forgetting. For many, walking through the block again stirred emotions that had been carefully folded away for years. The coldness of the walls, the narrowness of the corridors, the suffocating stillness of the basement. These details brought back memories with a clarity that was both painful and strangely grounding. Surrounded by these memories, survivors found themselves able to speak with a depth that no classroom or lecture hall could replicate. Some brought their children and grandchildren, guiding them through the structure with gentle hands and soft voices. They paused before certain doors, explaining that these rooms once held people who faced unimaginable suffering. They stood at the edge of the courtyard, their eyes lingering on the dark surface of the black wall, and shared stories of friends whose names they still remembered with tenderness. These personal accounts gave Block 11 a new life. They turned it into a bridge between generations, a place where the past met the present in the most human way possible. Educators who visited Block 11 often described the building as a silent partner in their teaching. It created an atmosphere where students instinctively whispered, where they walked slowly, and where they reflected deeply even without being prompted. The narrow hallways invited quiet contemplation. The dimness of the cells encouraged empathy. The weight of the space made history feel real, immediate, and close enough to touch. Many teachers explained that standing inside Block 11 made their students understand, on a level beyond words, the fragility of human rights and the devastating consequences of hatred left unchecked. Researchers and historians continued to study Block 11 meticulously, seeking to document every detail. They examined architectural blueprints, administrative records, and personal testimonies. They worked to reconstruct the daily routines inside the block, the exact procedures of interrogations, the mechanisms of punishment, and the experiences of those held in the basement cells. Their research added depth to the narrative, connecting individual stories to broader historical contexts. Yet even the most rigorous academic work could not fully capture the emotional truth carried by survivors' voices or preserved in the atmosphere of the building itself. As the decades rolled on, Block 11 became a place of international significance. Dignitaries from countries around the world visited its rooms, often leaving in silence, moved by what they had witnessed. Artists drew inspiration from its starkness, creating paintings, poems, films, and musical compositions that sought to convey the emotional weight of its legacy. Writers penned memoirs and historical accounts that focused on the building, using its walls as a framework to explore the complexities of human nature, how cruelty could be systematized, how suffering could be endured, and how remembrance could become a moral duty. One of the most remarkable transformations within Block 11's legacy came from the experiences of young people who visited during school trips. Many described the visit as a turning point in their understanding of history. For some, it was their first confrontation with the reality of human cruelty. For others, it became the foundation of a lifelong commitment to human rights or social justice. Teachers often noted that even students who struggled to focus in the classroom walked through Block 11 with reverence, emerging more thoughtful, more aware, and more capable of empathy. Ceremonies held within the courtyard became annual traditions. Survivors, often elderly and walking slowly, approached the black wall with candles or flowers in hand. Their movements were gentle, guided by family members who supported them. At these ceremonies, the silence of the courtyard was transformed into something sacred, no longer a silence of fear, but a silence of respect. As candles flickered in the wind, attendees bowed their heads in remembrance of those who had stood there decades before. The quiet was profound, punctuated only by soft breaths and the rustle of clothing as people shifted in place. Visitors sometimes left small stones at the base of the black wall, a tradition rooted in Jewish mourning practices, symbolizing the permanence of memory. Others left handwritten notes, poems, or personal objects. A child once left a small toy soldier, explaining that it belonged to his grandfather who had survived Auschwitz. A teacher placed a folded letter signed by her entire class, promising to learn from the past. A woman laid down a photograph of her grandmother, whispering a few words that only she could hear. From these gestures grew a new purpose for Block 11, not merely to preserve the past, but to inspire the future. The building became a place where people confronted difficult truths and emerged with a deeper understanding of the need for compassion, justice, and vigilance. Visitors left with a sense of responsibility to speak out against prejudice, to challenge injustice, and to ensure that the silence once forced upon the prisoners of Block 11 would never again be imposed on any community as survivors aged, their testimonies became even more precious. Many expressed relief knowing that Block 11 would continue to tell their stories long after they were gone. They spoke with a quiet confidence, knowing that the building, now infused with decades of remembrance, would remain a guardian of truth. Some even said that Block 11 had become a witness, not only to the past, but to the promise carried by every visitor who left with a renewed commitment to humanity. Today, Block 11 stands not merely as an artifact of history, but as a living legacy. Its walls no longer echo with fear, they echo with memory. Its rooms no longer hold prisoners, they hold stories. Its silence no longer crushes, it invites reflection. And its presence no longer enforces dread, it encourages compassion. For the world, Block 11 has become a solemn reminder that even in the darkest places, the human spirit can endure. And for the generations who visit, it stands as a quiet promise that remembrance can become a form of hope, a way to build a future where such darkness is never allowed to return.